do a few songs.
While our dancers are getting ready, good morning. I just wanted to quickly say Guyana. Unfortunately, Aaron and I are leaving this morning. I just wanted to say a quick Guyana to Tish, Amber, Tiffany, all the organizers, Guyana for inviting us. We absolutely love you working with them. They are a perfect example of what we are trying to do, and we're trying to bring Yurak back. And this Dillingham group is a perfect example of it's working. So Guyana, once again, I just want to say Guyana to all the organizers for all your hard work, for all your love and everything that you've shown us while we're here. Guyana.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2. So our first presenter is the Healing Man with Mike Duncan of the Native Dads Network, the Executive Director of the Native Dads Network. You ready, Mike? Please welcome Mike, everybody.
Morning. So, yeah, I was teasing him. I said, we're starting early. I thought I was on at 9:30. Normally we start late. So, again, my name is Mike Duncan. I'm the Executive Director of Native Dads Network. I'm a Round Valley tribal member. We're from Northern California. My tribal heritage is Maidu, Wintun, Wailaki on my father's side, and on Western Band, Shoshone, Tamok on my mother's side. I'm really honored to be here. This is my third visit here to Dillingham, and I'm glad to be here and to present on what we call the Healing Man. And there's real quick. And so yesterday, man, there were so many things, and I left my notepad at our place where we're staying last night, and I was kind of trying to write down the things I kind of remembered, everything that kind of stuck out to me yesterday, and I don't really remember too much. I mean, like the way that I had it written down on my notes. But this yesterday morning, they talked about the importance of language. And I remember just sitting there kind of listening to that, and it's something that, because I come from multiple tribes, I was having a discussion with our friends and our family yesterday about having, being from multiple tribes and trying to learn multiple languages and how hard it was. But again, it was inspiring to sit there and listen and go, that's something I need to make a priority in my life. And coming here and listen to people be fluent in their language, it just makes it just beautiful. It makes my heart just feel good, and how powerful that is. And then in the second presenter, they talked about historical trauma. And when I was looking at the presenter was speaking about the Philippines, I was thinking like everything that he was presenting on was it was identical to the historical trauma that our people experienced. I mean, it's identical. And how moved I was in that, like thinking like, man, this colonization, this genocide has been happening all throughout the world. And, and it's like sometimes when we're in our own homes, we don't realize it's happening everywhere. And right now it's happening in Gaza. The extermination of people, the Palestinians. And so we have that connection to them and praying for them and those young ones that will be impacted by the historical intergenerational trauma that the United States has a part in. And so my prayers go out to those people and their families and loved ones and their youth, and how they're going to be impacted for generations of the hurt and pain that's going to be that's happening to them right now. And so, I'm just really was like yesterday. I was really moved, and then at the end, we talked about relationships, and the one of the things that, and I'll get more into this in a minute, but when you talked about a relation coming through different perspectives, it was a woman that she came in with, through trauma and pain, and she turned that trauma and pain into her work, and she's trying to make this world a better place through that pain and trauma. And how powerful that is, that we could either sit in our stuff or we could turn that into something that makes us, do good in the world, right? And it made me think about the power and the sacredness of women. And right after and it was like, I was still feeling heavy about that. And I'll share a little more about that here in my presentation of why I do this work. But then after that, we had a great presenter, and at the end, and I don't want to, I forgot her name, but she's sitting right here. And it was so powerful and cultural, and it talked to my spirit. And was something that was connected to the things that we're talking about, what we're going to do today was singing and dancing, and how it's connected to our Creator and how powerful that is. You know, the things that we're doing, it's not just a show. We're calling in spirits. We're calling in things to come help us in this time that it seems hard sometimes that we can't make it, but those things were given to us by Creator to help us through the hard times. And nothing's changed, you know. And so 2024, here we are, you know, gathering, you know, and reconnecting with other tribal people, you know, trying to understand and learn how to make sure our communities heal for our future generations. That's powerful to me, because then that's what our ancestors would have done. You know, you don't have civilizations that exist for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, you know, and without them coming up with solutions and order. You just don't. So dreamers were put into each community where Creator spoke to them and told them, you know, this is what's going to help your people. And so this is that time for this place. It's been happening, and I've even from the 1 year, like I said, I've been here 3 times. I think I came here for the first one, and then I was here in February, but I'm watching the healing happen. Even some of these young ones, how they dance, and I remember just the first time watching them kind of, you know, now they're like, bang, bang, they're just throwing their hands up, and it's really more crisp and clean, and they're like, see them being proud of that, you know, and not so kind of like, I really don't know what I'm doing. It's really cool. It's really cool to watch. So thank you again. That was my reflection of what I was thinking about last night when I left. It felt really good. You know, we got to go up to the lake yesterday and just go be out there and just being part of this world. And like I said, it's something that I get to share with my children, and they're not here yet. I wanted to say, introduce our youth group, but when they come in, we'll all embarrass them, and I'll make them stand up, and we'll all stare at them, right? But we also have our dance group coming in, Put One dancers, and some of our crew here, and they're going to be sharing our dance tonight at 6, and we'll talk a little more about that later. But man, if you guys are still here and feel like you want to see something really powerful and beautiful, then please attend, and we're going to shake a tail feather, they say. So here's my presentation. And so this is, actually, I changed the name a little bit. It was called The Healing Man, and it's still that. But this is, again, this is the men's work that we've been doing. And, hold on. You gotta turn it on. Boom. So I want to introduce myself again. I also want to really qualify myself, because the work that we've been doing, we talk about the healing man, the healing father, is, again, you know, every time I go into a room, and that was mentioned yesterday, first thing was mentioned by one of the council members. He looked around and he said, "It's good to see men here." I've been doing this work since 2009, to go into different communities, working with men, and I remember doing trainings and different workshops, introducing this to different communities here in California, and it'd be a men's workshop, and it'd be 90% women. Maybe 9 women and one man would be someone's husband or someone's son. And that was the beginning of the work. And I was like, I'm okay with that. I was okay with that because they needed to hear this message too. You know, and so growing up, this is, again, you know, this is where, you know, we start to look at, you know, my education is my experience. I used alcohol and drugs. I was introduced to alcohol and drugs at a very young age, and that became very normal to me. watching that in my household, and then going to different fast pitch tournaments and, being on that trail and being around relatives that drank and used for a lot of years. I mean, growing up and thinking that was normal. I think I picked my first beer can up at 5 years old. And I remember my uncles laughing at me while I'm drinking out of that beer can. Really going into school, so when I went to school, really trying to fit in the inner city, I was raised in Sacramento on my reservation, but I was in the inner city and being different, looked different, always had long hair, that I always wanted to fit in. And so even at 8 years old, I was trying to fit in with another crowd, and because I wanted these friends to like me, I drank beer with them. Getting into high school, same experience. But then it was easier to kind of calm the nerves, be able to talk to girls, be able to kind of, get rejected and not put a sad face on, right? Just kind of give me that liquid courage, right? And it took me to a different place, right? It wasn't nothing that was true or honest, or clean. It was more just a fantasy, what I was trying to be. I was trying to be something I wasn't. So the point of all this, I'll get to that in a sec. But at some point, I started having kids, and when I started having kids, I found myself lost, right? Because I didn't know what a father was, even though I thought I knew what a father was. And I didn't even understand what that even looked like, because I didn't have any example what a man was up to that point. Didn't have an example. And so like any addiction or anything that comes with that, I picked up some behaviors. And this is where my honesty has to come first when I do this work. Because I'm not coming in saying I'm some angel or some highly educated person. And I'm gonna talk about my trauma, my pain, and my self-destruction. And also I'm gonna talk about the stuff that I did. Because I guess my truth is my work. And so because I was shown, I was disrespectful to women growing up. I was disrespectful to my family, my grandparents. I stole my grandma's car. Remember that? That's a good story though. But I stole my grandmother's car. I've lied to my parents 100 times, 1,000 times. Took things without asking. It's that whole story of addiction. And when I wanted to become well, I didn't know how to. There was no one to kind of guide me into that. There was no resources for men. So searching around, looking for places that would help me, there was nothing. And it was a very pivotal moment in my life because, obviously I attempted, and through this time, okay, I need to stop. Enough's enough. I know I shouldn't be doing this. The same story. Found myself in juvenile detentions, boys' ranches, and at some point, I made it to prison. And then I'm like, I have to stop. I can't just keep doing this. And the rotational door just kept sending me back. And like I said, I started having kids. And when I wanted to stop, I didn't know how to stop. And Creator works in funny ways like that. That's the way I look at it now today. Creator works in a way that, when you start to do this work, you start to say, like you said, you start to pray and you start to ask Creator for help. And I realize now that Creator sent a bunch of people to save me, but I wasn't willing to listen. I wasn't willing to pay attention to the message people were trying to share with me. And most likely, and I'm pretty sure, jail probably saved me a few times because I was looking pretty sick, right? So I'm thankful for that. Even though, I laugh about it and sometimes I feel ashamed to share it, I have to share it because it's my truth. Not just part of it, all of it. So, to cut a long story very super short, is that, something happened. My children got took in foster care system, and I had a choice to make whether to be, a father or continue on this path. And so I did what I had to do, and I went to recovery. Forced in there by the courts. You got to go to these NA meetings, you got to go to this and go to that, counseling, and we got to get this paper signed, and I did what I had to do, but something happened there. Something clicked in my mind and said that, there's something happening, that these things that I'm asking for, Creator's starting to answer these questions I'm asking. And something started talking to my spirit. And then that's when something changed. So I went back to school, became a substance abuse counselor because I thought I was going to save the world with 12 steps. And then I realized that, in school, that there's a bunch of ways that you could heal. And then I got a job at the clinic, and, I learned how to be, I think at the time they put me in the community services, and I learned how to do conferences from the clinic, and then I moved on from that, and then I landed a job called the fatherhood coordinator. And that's where the work begins. And this is what I'm going to share with you today, because what happened was I started realizing that when I started doing this work, that because I said there was no resources for men. There was no such thing as a fatherhood program. There was no such thing as a men's program. And I remember even when I was looking for services for me and my kids, because we were homeless, they said, we don't service men, we only service women. And so we would go, and they would put us into these hotels, and where we're at, Stockton Boulevard in our town of Sacramento, that was like where they, I don't sound disrespectful, but it was like what they call the host row, right? Like where all the night walkers are, right? And that's where they put us at, me, because I was a man and I had kids. So that was a couple nights, and then I kind of begged my mom to let me come home and with my kids, and she took me back in. I was really thankful for my parents. I would not be here without their love, their unconditional love for me. But when I got back into this program, and when I started doing the work in the community, I started realizing that this work with the men was very much needed in our community, in all communities. That was just in Sacramento. And I started doing workshops throughout California, and we started talking the importance of the sacredness of fatherhood, the importance of men, bringing balance back to communities, and how important it is. And sometimes, and again, like something that Gene Tagaban talks about, like this man box that sometimes we put ourselves in. What's the responsibility of a man? So Native Dads Network, that's what our foundation was. And through the years, this is what we started on fatherhood. And then we expanded to fatherhood and motherhood. Then became a nonprofit. And then we started working in communities, and we started doing relationship trainings, right? We started doing historical trauma trainings. We started to understand the importance of historical trauma. Like, how did we get to this place where men are not existent? How do you work with men? How do you work with youth? Then we started running a youth program. We just opened our youth program, Impact. You'll see some of our youth here today, but they're part of that program. We started to understand that this is about intergenerational healing. This is about intergenerational healing. And so we've been going, and thankfully we've been working with we just got done with the Healing Together conference. Lori and Coco were part of that. Native Wellness Institute was part of that. White Bison, NAFA, which is Native American Fathers and Families Association, and us Native Dads Network collaborating to do this conference called Healing Together. And so our work has expanded not only just through Northern California, statewide, of California, now we're going nationwide, and I'm really proud of that work. We do, again, Healing Together conference. We got our Boys with Braids. That's a conference that we teach about the importance of growing our hair out. We'll do the Returning the Warrior Spirit men's gathering. I'm going to share more about that in a few minutes. That's our men's gathering to talk about the issues that we're going to talk about today. And we are working on a new project called the Indian Warrior Society. And that's where we're going to tribal communities up and down Northern California and Southern California, working with other men programs, trying to unite the men to stand up for our women and protect our women. That work's become very super important. I'll share more about that in a few minutes. I think something you guys will really like. So, how did we get to this place? I love this saying. I think one of the things when we talk about intergenerational trauma, and like I said, that was shared with us yesterday, is like, I started thinking about 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, even 500 years ago, right? What were our men doing? What was our belief system? What was our thought process, right? Like, what would happen 1,000 years ago to a man in your community that abused a woman? Well, in our community, there'd be some consequences. What would happen in this community 1,000, 2,000 years ago if a man abused a child? There'd be some consequences, right? In our community, there would be. There was laws. Like I said, communities would not exist for thousands and thousands and thousands of years if there wasn't rules. There wasn't law. We call it Indian law where we're from, right? So there's laws and rules of this, and there's a belief. Like, this is the way that our people conduct themselves to get to this other place for the next generation to come off of, right? And those things, and so I bring that up because at some point we understand when the historical trauma was talked about yesterday, that was shattered. Those belief systems were taken from us and something else was inserted, right? The elders, the dreamers, all the keepers of all that wisdom, because there's plenty of them. Now there is maybe one, maybe two holding on to that secretly because you could be punished for holding on to that, right? So we know today that the trauma carries on, and then we look at intergenerationally, it's picked up. The trauma is picked up through generations, whether it's done through action or we're showing them, or even silence, or sometimes it's done through our blood. The trauma is just carried over to the next generation. And then it continues and continues. And so for us, when I start to think about, that, to me, like, let's just stick with addiction, very simple and easy, right? My grandfather was an alcoholic. He died an alcoholic. That's my dad's father. My dad's an alcoholic. He's been sober about 50 years now. I made him sober. And then I'm an alcoholic recovering. And so if I look at that pattern, my kids are alcoholics and they haven't even took a drink yet. But making them aware and educating them that, hey, this is what could happen if one day that you might drink, you might like it so much, it might take over your life, is a break in that cycle. So I'm preventing them, I'm working with them to kind of go, this is important that you understand this. This is important that I educate this, and I've been doing this since they were a young age. Now, if they choose, because now they're all like 18, 19 and getting older, that if they choose, they didn't learn it from their father. That's breaking intergenerational trauma, right? So for me, again, belief systems. And this is what I'm gonna get into in a second, about belief systems. And this is for me, around the men, being on certain men in our community, talking bad about women, calling them certain names. That was normal. And so guess what I did? I picked that same behavior, the same thinking, right? And it wasn't nothing new to me. It wasn't until I got to school, it wasn't until I went to school that I started learning about emotional abuse, financial abuse. I heard that yesterday too, spiritual abuse. And I go, holy crap, I did all those things. I'm an abuser. I was an abuser at one time because I didn't know no better. And like I said, I have to say that out loud because, again, if there's men here or women here or somebody watching at home, I want you to know that, and this is what I'm trying to prove or show, is that people can change when you change your beliefs. What do you believe to be true? And so I love that statement, that quote, because again, what we don't realize sometimes that hurt people. Sometimes we do it, we don't understand, like sometimes ignoring people, or sometimes we do that to our kids. We do things we don't, my mom did it with me, so it's okay. My father did it with me, it's okay. I'm still here, I'm alive, must be all right. So, as we look at some of these identified problems, we start to look at and ask ourselves, is there a safe place for men to heal in your community? Well, that's what we started asking ourselves. And is it hard for men to ask for help? Because because most men won't ask for help. Either it's our ego, it's either, I'm strong, I gotta be strong for my family, I can't let me show no weakness. And from my experience, it's that forgiveness part, self-forgiveness is super hard. Addiction, unhealthy relationships, false belief system, patriarchal thinking. I could go into that one, but we might be here for a while if I go into that, right? Like the mansplaining, that's a new word, right? Narcissist, that's a good one. How about gaslighting? That's a good one. Lori likes gaslighting. Intergenerational trauma teachings. That's a good one because, like I said, as a man, as a father today, and I've been raising my two children. One's here, Love, and then my other son, Sadi, he's working. Them two I raised them on my own. But again, what am I teaching my kids? And I remember, I'm gonna share this one quick story. And it was interesting, in this story, it was like, I remember them being about 3 or 4 years old. And I forgot to mention, I have 17 years of sobriety. Yeah, so 17 years. I have 16 years of no cigarettes. So that was the second year equated, yeah. Puff free. And then 15 years, I quit cussing. No one clap for that. All right, okay, you guys. Now, I gotta admit, I did relapse a few times on the cussing part, but most part, I try to eliminate it from my vocabulary, honestly. Because I started understanding the importance of my words. When we talked about language yesterday, right? What I say means something, right? I could hurt with my words. That's trauma too, right? So I gotta be mindful of the way that I speak, the way that I talk to my children, the way that I talk to somebody else. I have to be mindful and not just let anything come out my mouth. And so for me, I had to remove that so I can learn to speak with thought. I'm not just talking, right? Because remember, words can hurt too, but also words can heal. Single parent homes where the father is missing, right? Or the mother. That became an issue. And we started looking at this one, and this is we started 63% of Native youth suicides come from single-parent homes. More than half. So when the father or mother or both parents are missing, this is when this other self-harm happens. This is why, again, this work became important to me. We know when you got stable parents at home that we have a better chance that our future generations continue on. This is how important this work is. And this is how powerful it is too. Anybody could do what I'm doing. It's a belief. What do you believe? So when we look at things that can harm us, we have to be truthful about those things. And what are we willing to change? What are we willing to do? Right? Are you willing to get sober? Are you willing to go to classes that talk about healthy relationships? Are you willing to go to classes and get taught how to speak, in a correct manner? What are you willing to do? Are you willing to work on your mental health? We have to do some work, sacrifices. And it's real easy to get complacent and say, well, if I just sit in my little space here, I'm okay. It is. It's real easy. I know it. Trust me, I lived that way a long time. But all real work or real change takes work. Real change takes work. It's not going to come to you. So I got this off Facebook, I ain't gonna lie. So the other day I was like, this is something cool, right, to share. And if you look at it, let me move this microphone real quick. It talks about the signs of being in survival mode. And why I thought this was important to share, because sometimes that's what we do. When we're caught in a place of chaos or sickness, or we get stuck in a place, we go into survival mode. And then we're just operating. We're not operating out of thought. We're operating off a reaction to the chaos. And so little things can set you off or feel overwhelming. And sometimes we learn to deal with that when they're small things. But after some time, after carrying that weight, life can get harder. And then pushes into making decisions we might not like. You feel like you're existing rather than living. Truly living, right? I'll get more into that in a few minutes. But sometimes we don't know the difference. We feel more tired physically and emotionally. No matter what we do, it impacts us when we're in survival mode. Your memory and concentrations are suffering. I like that last part. It says suffering. It's hard to look at something and focus, remember. The lack of motivation and passion. You want to withdraw and isolate from others. And then you feel out of control and anxious. So all these things are all connected to survival mode. So before we show this video, one of the works, where am I on time? Oh, look I could talk your ear off. I could go all day. So we started working on this Return to the Warrior Spirit men's gathering about in 2013. And one of the things that we started to realize, and I said that we started talking about resources, we wanted to put something together for men to talk about the tough topics that we just don't talk about. Like not only addiction, not just about, gathering as men and patting each other on the back, but talk about violence against women. We wanted to talk about, again, our responsibility to our children. We want to start talking about the importance of, our role in the community. What does it mean to be a warrior? What does it mean when we say that word? What does that mean to you? And how sacred it is. But we also wanted to give our men a place to heal. So Buena Vista Rancheria, Rhonda Morningstar Pope, she gave us, allowed us to use the reservation to participate in that. And I said it was back in 2013. That's 11 years ago. The pandemic slowed us down a little bit, so we're only on our 9th annual. But it was a place that we could come, we could pray, we could talk, we could, cry tears, give a men a safe place to come. And at that time, it was rural. It's grown since then through the years. But now we have cell service there. There was no cell service at the time, barely. But it was a place that our men can heal. Last year, we decided to do like a short video to kind of showcase our work in this. And I want to share with you, again, this is a movement. The Fatherhood is Sacred movement, the men's wellness movement. And our responsibility, what we're sharing and what we're going to share from this point forward is saying, what are we doing as men? We're talking about it. We're taking responsibility. And we know we can't make up for everything that has been done in the last 150 years, 200 years, but we can start today by learning to be better men for our women, for our future generations. This is our purpose.
My name is Albert Titman Sr. We are here at the 8th annual Returning the Warrior Spirit Men's Wellness Gathering, and we are here to invite Native men from across the state of California, even other states, to come and bring their healing, bring their wellness, bring their gifts, bring their prayers, and all the issues that they may be facing in their lives back home, and offer a safe and sacred place for them to find healing.
My name is Michael Duncan. I'm the Executive Director of Native Dads Network. I'm a Round Valley tribal member. My tribal heritage is Wintun, Maidu, Wailaki on my father's side, and a Western Band, Shoshone, Tomok on my mother's side.
My name is Dean Hoagland, and I'm here as, I guess you could say, a co-founder of Returning the Warrior Spirit Men's Gathering here at Buena Vista.
My name is Anthony Steele, and I'm from Lake County, Santa Rosa, Sonoma County area.
Kaya yahakto sok takte tana kat kakita kaktu kandu ay khotiti. Wishkitanya khatai shiktahi du dosok shinkita waya slagi Filipina khat konastish ho. I just said hi. So my name's Gene Tagaban. My Tlingit name is Gayao. I'm of the Duck Dane Ton clan, the Raven Freshwater Sockeye clan from Hoona, Alaska. I'm the child of a Wishkitan Eagle Shark clan from Makwan in Juneau, Alaska. I'm Cherokee, Tlingit, and Filipino.
As men, we're gathering together and we're sharing that positivity and solutions to the issues that we face on a daily basis in the outside world. So coming in a culturally sensitive way and supporting each other in our wellness.
We talk about addiction, we talk about historical intergenerational trauma, we talk about the pain, domestic violence, sexual abuse. These are important topics for men to talk about to hopefully eliminate these things for our future generations. We know they exist in every community, and we're trying to bring an end to that.
And so we decided that we wanted to coordinate this gathering so that we could bring men together to address all of those issues and speak truth to who we're supposed to be, who we're intended to be, the truth about what a warrior is in today's world, a provider, a protector, a nurturer, someone that loves his children, a father, a son, a brother, a grandson, all of those things that us men, we have to come back and reclaim our role in today's world, in our tribal communities, in our families. It starts with me at home.
We really can't teach those ideologies unless we practice them, and we lead by example. And that's my journey. Learn these things that I wasn't taught as a child, as I wasn't taught as a teenager. And so being able to learn those as I go along, I'm able to live by example, which the children and the young adults and even the young men, they look up to people like that because they see how they want to be. And that's what healthy is in our traditional ways.
Like no one really sat me down and described to me how to be a healthy man. Matter of fact, that wasn't even a discussion. I was incarcerated. I fell into addiction. I had a real hard time figuring out growing up what a man was, even though I thought I knew what a man was.
It's just this jacked up perception of what it means to be a real man. And in this collective socialization of man, we're talking about man, in order to be a real man, you had to be tough, you had to be macho, you had to be a player, you had to drink the most or have the most money, you had to look good. How many of you had the best looking girlfriends? Even how many who had the most?
What I realize now, most of the things that I was taught were a lie. By the time I was 15 years old, I was living this lie, womanizing, causing harm out in my community in many ways. And I realized at a very young age, probably around 19, 20 years old, that something needed to change.
And when it comes to respect for women, honor our women, lift our women up, we need to stop the violence, the hurt, the harm against women. The biggest threat and safety to women and the health to women in this world are men. And that really hurts me. So what do I need to do to be a healthy man, to be a good human being?
I wasn't given the tools necessary to understand who I was, to understand what I believed in, and that it was okay to stand up and say, no, I'm not going to live that way. As soon as I was old enough to fall, I fell.
I remember getting arrested and I'm going to jail and watching my children cry for me. I think that was one of the most hardest moments in my life that I had to really do self-reflection and think like, man, I can't live this way anymore. I have to be a better father for them. I have to do that. And I did.
I didn't know anything about the things that we're doing today. This wasn't available back then for me. And so I went to Narcotics Anonymous. I trusted in that process. My faith in the process is what kept me coming back to that.
Learning how to control our emotion, how to make better choices in what we do and how we do that, being an honorable man.
We're trying to figure out a way to bring our men back into the circle, to bring balance in our communities. Intergenerational healing. Use the old traditions and we bring them into now as close as we can. We talk about the importance of fatherhood. We talk about the importance of healing. We talk about the importance of emotional maturity. We talk about love, forgiveness. Like we bring these subjects up as principles and ways to learn to heal and teach our children in our future generations.
It's kind of like giving them kind of like instructions, you know, how to manage through the many challenges that they face as young people, you know.
And it's really an honor to be here to work with the men, you know, and because if the women could have stopped the hurt, the harm, the abuse, the assault, they would have done it a long time ago. So men, we've got to step up. The women have been holding up the sky. Their arms are tired. We need to take our place and hold up the sky as well.
This is Creator's work. You got to share Creator's work. You don't get to keep it. It's not yours. It doesn't belong only to you. So what we learned is you can only keep what you have by giving it away. Oh.
So that video was pretty powerful to me. I think one of the things, you know, that I heard, you know, and this when I took that look at that video, I started to process again, what's our responsibility as men? You know, knowing that, you know, when we look at the MMIW crisis, when we look at DV in our communities, when I look at sexual abuse in our communities, you know, I think about, again, and our numbers being so high, I'm like, it's time for that to change. It's time. And so these things have to be spoken. And the only way that it's going to happen is if men are speaking to other men. Tribal men speaking to other tribal men and sharing their stories of healing in this work. This is why I'm so open about my story, because again, you know, coming where I've come from, I was in some dark places in life. My spirit was broken. I felt like giving up. And in that prayer and all these things, when I was praying to Creator answered me. And that's why I started thinking how important it is today to understand the importance of healing our spirit. And that's where the Return the Warrior Spirits come from. Well, so we transition into intergenerational healing. Going from hurt people, we go into healed people, heal people. Right? Again, and this is a thought, you know, and a belief. You know, this is where, again, what is our role as a man? What is our role as a father? What are some of the belief systems women have about men? Did you hear, like, that? I think it was on TikTok or social media. Women said they'd rather be out in the woods with a bear if they're out than a man. You ever read that? I think it was on social media. They said they'd rather be out in the wilderness stranded with the bear than a man. And I thought, wow, that's a tough one. As a man that's healing and then want other men to heal. So we come to this place again, you know, we're coming back to a belief system. What do we think we should be doing as men? Where do we start in this community, right? So again, you know, these are just questions I'm asking. I'm gonna leave a little bit of time for Q&A, but I want to call my brother Cass come up and share a few words. I met Cass and through, he goes by Cliff, but we call him Cass. But I met him in ceremony, and then we became really good friends, and he's like, we're family now. But he has a good message and a good heart, but I want him to come and share a few words. Ooh.
Thank you, Brother Mike. Hekate Mawiugate Kemsa Weekend Clifford Mota Yai Kake Lembak. How are you doing? My name is Clifford Mota. I'm from Elem. That's the village that I come from in Northern California. And first and foremost, I want to thank the ancestors for allowing me to be here today and my people to be here today. Sometimes we get things misunderstood, and you know, for me, it's always about the unseen and the spiritual. So today it's not only a meeting of physical beings, but a meeting of spiritual beings. And so today we thank the ancestors of this land. And yesterday we got to go out on the boat with one of the brothers from here, Thomas, and he took us out to the lake. And you know, we got to be out there in your guys' ancestral territory and feel the spiritual beings out there, and what a beautiful, beautiful land you have. You're a blessed people to be here on this land and know that the land provides for you, that the people here, that the Creator in the land still provides for the people. You know, where we come from, we still have people who do that, but this is still a way of life here. And so, you know, I want to say first and foremost how blessed you guys are. You know, as we came into Alaska, we seen the beauty and the spiritual beauty of the land. And you know what's I seen yesterday as they began to dance, I seen healing. I seen healing in the community, and I know what that's like, because just like Brother Mike, I was raised in our traditions, and I was raised in what we call our ceremonial rouse, the roundhouse, and I still struggled. I still struggled with addiction. I still struggled with finding my place of who I was in this world. And you know, when the people who taught us passed away, we were left with a void, and we had to figure that out. And you know, the one thing that I'm grateful for is that Creator and the Spirit never left me. They never forgot about me. And that's the most important thing. And, you know, as I was watching the dance yesterday, you know, I had tears in my eyes because I understand what the community goes through. And to watch you guys dance and to see the pride when you guys dance of your people reminded me of our connectedness to each other. No matter how far away we are, the water and the land will always connect the indigenous people. And so, you know, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that healing that I seen yesterday. And, you know, like I said, I struggled just like many of you, and my healing didn't come from programs. It didn't come from any of that. It came from a spiritual healing. Creator sent somebody to save me. And when they saved me, they reminded me of who I was and where I came from. And they reminded me that I had a wife and a family that loved me, and that in order to keep that I had to change myself. And that change wasn't easy, but it came with the spiritual awakening, I call it, that reminded me of who I was. And it came through our indigenous ways. It came through song. It came through ceremony. It came through the words that were spoken by the elders, and they saved me. And so the song that I'm going to sing is a song that was returned to our family, and it's a family song. And it's a song that was given back to us by our Uncle Nelson Hopper, who passed away a few years back. He was 99 years old and one of the elders in our village. And so I'm going to sing this song. And like I said, this is a family song. Dolma, dolma, huye. 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 Hey, dolma, dolma, huye. 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 Hey, dolma, dolma, huye. 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 Hey, dolma, dolma, huye. 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 So thank you. You know, one thing that's a reminder to me every day, and I'm very, very fortunate, like I said, to come from a place that I come from. You know, over there in California, we come from a place where sometimes we're not recognized. People believe that we don't exist in our own land. And when you're growing up in that type of environment, you know, you suffer a lot. But I was fortunate to have a grandfather and a grandmother who were immersed in culture in the roundhouse. And like I said, I still struggled being out in the world trying to walk in both. And I'm fortunate that, you know, the Creator saved me and gave me a place back into this world. And the one thing He reminds me every day is life is this short. That we get this picture that life is this long, drawn-out thing, and it isn't. Every single day that we wake up here on Mother Earth is a blessed day, because that means somebody didn't wake up today. You know, we're taught to walk in this world, and it's only about me. It's only about me and what I can do and what I could achieve and what I could accomplish in life. And I learned that it wasn't about that it was about my people. It was about who we were as a community, who we were together. And the old people used to say to love one another, to help one another, and somewhere along the line we forgot about that. And I learned that I don't walk alone in this world, that I have thousands and thousands and generations of elders that walk with me no matter where I go. And that I am a representation of my people in the village that I come from. And so I walk accordingly. I do the best I can to represent my ancestors in the best way that I can. And sometimes in this world we get lost. We have a picture painted of who we used to be. And the thing that I learned is I'm still those people. I may dress a little bit different, I may talk a little bit different, but the spirit inside of me is still connected to the ancestors. The spirit inside of me will always be that, and nothing in this world will take that away from me. But all of those things that existed a long time ago still exist in this land. When I was out on the water, I could feel those ancestors. I could feel the water. I could feel the trees. I could feel all of that beautiful, beautiful spirit that the Creator put into this land. And as I was out on that water, I can hear singing from the distance. I can hear them still singing, giving thanks to the land and to the water and to the people. The people of this land who still depend on the land to take care of them. And that's powerful. That's power inside of that. And so the thing that I wanted to say to the people of this land, thank you. When I go home, I'm going to take that with me. I'm going to go back to my village and tell about the people of this land. And no matter what happens in this land, know that you are blessed people. And sometimes in this world we're taught that it's all of these different things. And we forget about spirit. We forget about the spirit of the land. We forget about the spirit of the people. And we forget about the spirit that comes. You know, over our way we believe in spiritual beings, spiritual things, but not only good spirits, the other spirits that come. The spirits that are sent by the destroyer to destroy things, to destroy our people. And so we always keep that in mind. You know, I was so thankful for Auntie over here at the table who spoke last night and spoke in her language. What a beautiful thing that is. You know, we have a few speakers. Brother Tony was talking yesterday, my brother, about we only have 2 speakers in our area, and they don't talk to each other. And, you know, at some point in time, maybe that will happen, but that's not my job to figure out. That's between them and the Creator. And as Auntie was speaking and showing us the meaning of the dance and the meaning of all of those different things, I heard the spirit of the people here in this place. I watched the smiles and the healing upon the people who danced their face. I seen the pride in their face of who they were as a people. And you know, where we come from over there in we call it Ilem or Ilem Modan, which is the name of the village. And, you know, we come from a lot of different places. You know, the dance that we're going to do today is what we call a shakehead dance, and it's a feather dance. And it's actually one of the oldest dances in our tribe. And those movements that we'll do, they mock the spirit of the bird. And so all of the movements that you'll see are thanking the birds, giving thanks to the birds for their beautiful, beautiful spirit. And all of the songs are about the earth and about the power within the earth, the power that the Creator gave to the people from the land. And so, today I want to thank you for the power of this land. I want to thank the people for allowing us to be in this space, allowing us to be in the presence of beautiful, beautiful people. And that's what I seen when I came here, beautiful people. Today what is happening is healing, but not meant by the healing of the human beings, but the healing that the Creator will bring forth for this village. And sometimes we need a reminder about how precious things are. And so simply, that is the reminder today, to always remember who we are as people, and know that each and every one of you in this room come from beautiful, beautiful people who loved their people, who helped one another, who loved one another, who took care of one another. And that's the message the Creator gives to me every day, to be thankful for the little things in life. If I can't do the little things that the Creator gives me, how is He going to give me the big thing? And so I focus on the little things, whatever that may be. And the one thing that I learned in this life is that I am still Patwan, I am still Indian, I am still here in this day and age, and that the spirit of the land has never left me. The spirit of my people has never left me. It's always been inside of me. And so I'm learning to reconnect with that. I'm learning to listen again to the things that come. And we all have that ability. That's who we are as Indian people. We've always had that ability to be connected to one another, to be connected to the Spirit, to be connected to the land. So today I ask that the Creator bless your people, that He bless the hearts and the minds of your people, that He help you to remember that you still exist in this day, and that you're still Yupik people. You still exist in a land where they say you don't exist. And you're still doing the things that your ancestors done. The land is still providing for the people. And so I ask that the land always be prosperous for your people, that it always provide what you need. And I thank the Spirit today for allowing me to be in this space. I don't want to take up too much more time, but I just want to say that this is an example of intergenerational healing. And that healing is all around you. It's sitting next to you. It's sitting within inside of you. And nothing we do doesn't exist without one another. Men and women dancing. Young and old dancing and teaching. It's a cycle. So, thank you for allowing me to be here today. Thank you for dancing for us. Thank you for sharing your culture and your songs and your traditions with us. And like I said, I'll take that back to my people and tell them exactly what I've seen in the land of the people up here. And so from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Ooh.
So, starting, thank you, Brother Cass. I was thinking about a whole bunch of stuff up there when he was talking. But again, getting to this place, we got to focus on men's healing. And I think if we're starting something here in Dillingham, or we're starting anywhere in wherever you're at in your community, we start to look at what are some key things that we could do for our men to help them and support them in this process of this healing journey. And obviously the first thing is finding a safe place for men to heal, a place where there's no judgment, where they can be talking, they can talk to each other about their issues and problems and work on their healing together. Can't do it by ourselves. Address the issues that impact our communities culturally. Again, sharing about the way that it used to be. We don't have to invent anything as Indian people. We don't have to invent nothing. All the traditions and values and principles are already there. We just have to live by them. Build relationships with other men in tribal communities. Reach out to other communities. The way that we're reaching out here, go to other communities and see what men want to heal there. Teach cultural values and spiritual principles. I love the idea of, when you talk about spiritual principles, the idea of that is like understanding that you cannot give what you don't have. Unless you possess something, you can't give it. It's a very basic, simple teaching. Unless you have love in your heart, you can't give it. You can't teach it. You don't have goodness in your heart, you can't give it. You can't teach it. You have no forgiveness in your heart, you can't give it or teach it. You have to possess it to give it. Emotional maturity, or just emotional intelligence. And I think one of the things when we talk about emotions, like, let's get a raise of hand of all the men in here. How many of you men love talking about emotions? All right, see? Because we're taught sometimes emotions is a woman thing. And that's not true. That's actually farthest from the truth. Matter of fact, I'm half my mom, so I'm half woman. So you see me standing like this? Hey, that's my mom. Creator gave us emotions. And as a man, how do we deal with our emotions? How do we talk about emotions to other men? Right? So emotional maturity is super important. Like, who's seen, and since I'm talking to the ladies, who's seen a grown man pout? You guys better all raise your hand. It's okay. That's okay if he's sitting next to you. Yeah, I just say. Right? Like, if I don't get my way, I'm at my age, I'm still like, God, I didn't get my way. And then I catch myself, why am I folding my arms and mad that I didn't get my way? Got to work on that. Has to do with our maturity, right? Our emotions, like pouting as an adult, right? Again, something to think about as we start to develop and grow and talk about it as men, because we're teaching our young boys how to deal with their emotions. We talk mental health. We're talking about being healthy mentally, then we have to talk about emotions. Instructions on healthy masculinity. That's a good one, and I can spend some time on that one, because again, what is it to be a man? How are we defining that in this community? How are we defining it back home in our community? This is the work. What is it to be a healthy man? Again, when we start to define it, those are our instructions how to live. And like I said, we don't have to invent nothing. Again, what would happen 1,000 years ago if a man wasn't being taught by his father how to be a man? People in the community would look like, whoa, what's going on here? Or by his uncle, or his, cousin, or his relative. Because something's wrong. Why ain't they helping him? Why ain't they guiding him? Instructions. We start to teach intergenerational healing. No, this is a process of healing. It's not going to be resolved in one generation. It'd be nice if we could just be fixed like that. It doesn't work that way. But as we work on each other, we're hoping in the next 7 generations, the next 10 generations, that our great-great-great-great-grandkids will never have to deal with domestic violence. Our great-great-great-grandkids will never have to deal with addiction. In the next 10 generations, they'll have to deal with someone harming themselves. So the vision is clear why we are doing this work. But we have to do the work to get to that place. That's why I do this. There's no guarantee in my lifetime I'll see any change, but the hope is that somebody will see this in the next generation and know these are the prayers of their ancestors. They wanted a healthy life, and all those things that were happening today will just be stories they'll tell their children and grandchildren. That's how it used to be, but our ancestors did what they had to do so we didn't have to go through that anymore. That's the work of this movement. And then the F word, our favorite, right? Forgiveness. You gotta keep it clean. Hey. So just real quickly, and I know that I got a few more minutes because they gave me coffee, so they say, you got a few more minutes, Mike. So one of the things that men need to know that it's okay. And again, it's something I just kind of stole off Facebook. I was like, oh, this is cool. I'm gonna use this as a teaching tool. It's okay to talk about your feelings. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to break down and cry. It's okay to need support. It's okay to be vulnerable. That's a big one, and we could talk about that one. That's a big talking lesson right there, teaching men to be vulnerable. And it's okay to go to therapy or ceremony or prayer, spiritual leader. It's okay. That's how we're going to get to this other place that we're talking about, that we're praying about, that we all want for our communities. So, like I said, this is a new movement. We are on our third location here in California. We did one in Sacramento. We went to Trinidad, which is up in Northern California, did a men's circle up there. Then we're headed down to Verona at the end of this month, to work on what we're calling Indian Warrior Society. And I chose each community to work on this, that were communities that men are already in the process of healing, working on sobriety, working on different things in their community as men. And so we thought we'd start there, and we're just trying to push a strong message, what we're trying to promote of healthy men, and trying to collaborate and unite the men that are working on themselves. Because again, what we know and understand is that when we come together as work as men, as a community, then people can see the change. Things start to happen. And I encourage other men to come in and say, hey, I want to do what you guys are doing. I want to be part of what you're doing. Because it's something that I need for my family, my loved ones, for my people. So that's the reason why we started this. And again, we're building on this. And again, like I said at the beginning of intergenerational healing, what do we believe? Do we believe the sacredness of men and how powerful it is? Do we believe the sacredness of our future generation? Do we believe in the sacredness of women and our job to protect the women and children and the future generations going forward? What is our role? And so these are the things that we've been working on, and it's something that we've been, I'm really proud of, that we're getting really rocking and rolling with this, and we get to go forward and present here. Like I said, it's still kind of work in progress. We're trying to put some curriculum together so we could teach communities and give this to a community, and they could work on them on certain topics that we find important, could help a community grow and start their own men's group, but it's going to be coming out soon. Yeah, just our flyer for the call to action of our new place. So I just wanted to leave a few minutes. I know we got maybe like 12 minutes or 13 minutes or something like that. But if any questions or comments on our presentation? Okay.
Down. Hi, everybody. How do you keep your well full? How do you keep drawing from this? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, how do you do your self-care? How do you keep this movement snowballing?
Well, I think at the beginning, it was just out of pure desire. It was like, it was something at the beginning of my recovery when I was, this is a true story. I was praying like in my cell, and I was asking Creator for help to change my ways and change my thinking. And what Creator told me at that time, he says, as long as you do this work and just really trying to help somebody else and live good, then I'll give you this other thing that you want. And so I kind of use that as my fuel to get up, saying, this is my responsibility, I gotta go. And all it is being a good example, not causing harm, speaking good, right? But how I refuel after that kind of wears out, yes, we take breaks for ceremony, the roundhouse. And lately, it's been really just taking time off, unplugging. I take things off, I just don't mess with the phone, don't social media. And then now, I got a girlfriend. See, so I know. So yeah, she makes me happy. All right, so, but yeah, that's how we refuel. I think we get into this place of understanding, like, just again, taking care of myself, being an example of what that is. And something I share all the time, work never stops. Work never stops. So I'm always reading something inspiring. I'm connecting with the bros, and they talk. We have these kind of conversations. We have our own circles that sit in, and a lot of things because our organization is growing and we have different men that are doing the work in our group, that I just come and sit and listen to them. I don't need to be in charge or speaking. There's other men that are doing this work too that makes me feel like, yes, this is happening. It feels good to hear that. Okay, we have over here. We have a question over here. There it is.
Hi, do you have a treatment center for like men?
No, we don't. But there's a couple. There's one that's down in the States. I think just opened, which is Native American Fathers and Families Association. It's in Arizona. They just opened one, but we are definitely talking about that. We're maybe in a couple years we might have something similar to that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. But I give you that information to NAFA's. It's for Al Pooley. They just opened a treatment center for men and women. It's Native based.
I want to thank you for your presentation and the young man that spoke about his journey in wellness. It touched my heart. I've seen similarities of how my son is healing through this process. Involved in drugs for 12, 13 years, a family of 7. How he struggled with keeping his family together. Mm-hmm. And it all came to the point where land, survival, culture came into play, and his role as a father was mirrored by the image of his grandfather, who he lost 18 years ago. And he loved his grandfather very well, but the grandfather taught him love, respect. It's okay to be okay. We all make mistakes in life. We've got to acknowledge it. But you need to work on it and own it yourself in order to heal. I'm a grandmother of 16.
Ooh.
I had a granddaughter 8 years ago. That was 8 years old and is now 16, a junior in high school. She used to run into the woods, into the trees and pray. I think her prayers were heard by the Creator and healed her parents. It's been almost 4 years since they've been drug-free. Mm-hmm. The children have learned. The children have learned to trust and love their parents. And they look up to their mother and father with pride, because they've not only forgiven each other, but they had to build their relationships. And it's been something to see, and it can happen for anyone. And I'd like to encourage the men to stand up and become warriors again. We women and children need you desperately. We were told that it's okay to be okay, but we need to return back to the land and the values and and surround our people with that love and protection. And that survival mode is real, because people all around us are suffering. There's drugs and alcohol that are involved. There's hurts that have come from the past that people have not resolved. I know that, and I'm here today to bring things back to our village. I've been on a healing journey myself for over 30 years. I raised my children as a single parent, and my dad became their father in their eyes, and that was a good thing, because he was very culturally oriented, a real warrior. And the warriors in my life are my brothers, and they're in their 70s. They do all the wood cutting for me. They pick the net for me. They go out berry picking and gathering with me, and we work together as a family component. And I've seen the healing of several of them, and much more needs to appear, and they look towards me as the matriarch of our family, because we lost both our parents. And I've raised grandchildren, and I believe that there's systems in play if we could only talk about it, to let it out, and that's the only way you heal.
Right.
And to start connecting with others in the community. Thank you.
Ooh. I think we have time for another one or question or comment. All right.
Thank you for coming. I always like to hear when people talk about our way of life, our tradition, our values, and healing of working together and being together as a family in a village. And that's a great blessing that we have. And those are the healing that's healing a person on the outside, the feeling good part, the togetherness. But many of our healings, we still need healing from the heart.
Right.
We are blessed in Alaska in many places where we have our fish, our land, our ocean. We have many blessings that we are very thankful for. And we keep these traditions up year after year. Every season we do these traditions with our family and our friends in our villages, sharing and caring. But yet, even with all our blessings we have in Alaska, we still have problems, relationship problems. We have a hard time getting along with each other. We get too angry with each other, with our families, in our schools, in our communities, because there is no healing in our hearts yet, individual healings. The only way we're going to get our healing that can begin today is when we ask forgiveness for those who hurt us, who cause us to be angry and to be separated from our families and even our enemies. We can't get close when we have anger in our hearts, when we have bad feeling in our hearts. That will not bring healing. That will not bring no closeness to a village or a family or a home. That's why we have many broken homes, broken villages, and broken schools, because we do not know how to forgive. And we want to see healing in our community. We want to see healing everywhere, not even in your hometown where you came from. And our elders of long ago had simple solutions and answers for every issues they ever faced. They say, if you want healing in your heart, you want to get wellness in your community, in your homes, and you want to keep it strong and going for a long time, ask those people that you hurt for forgiveness. Tell me, I'm sorry I hurt you. I want you to forgive me for the wrong I have done to you, so that there will be no wall between us. And then ask that you forgive those you hurt. Say, I'm willing to forgive my wife. I'm willing to forgive my husband. I'm willing to give my children. Because only a good heart and a true heart will bring true healing and togetherness. See, love carries no ill or no hurt to anyone. Mm-hmm. Unconditional love will always keep us strong, will always keep us together, and it will bring wellness first in our hearts, then to our family. And we will be a witness and testimony of this unconditional love.
Yes.
It will spread far and wide. And you can start here. And you can start today. Oyana.
Ooh. Well, I just want to say thank you. Beautiful words, way to close this session out. Well, thank you. I'll be here for the rest of the conference. We'll really open to talk to whoever wants to talk, or, so I'll be here the rest of the time. So thank you.
Kuyana Chuknuk. Before we do our drawings, I just wanted to say a few things about healing, since we were just on the subject. And these words I'm about to say, they're not mine. They came from my elders from my area. The first thing I wanted to bring up was from the late Neva Rivers of Hooper Bay. Laughing and crying have the same healing abilities. Listen to that again. Laughing and crying have the same healing abilities. When you're done laughing with your friends where it hurts to where your stomach's hurting and you got a big headache and you're like, be quiet, I can't breathe. When you're done, you feel so good and uplifted. Like you have no problems, you don't have to worry about nothing. It's the same thing with crying, especially you men, because us men, we gotta be tough and we don't want to let people see us cry. Crying has the same healing ability as laughing. I know some of you, or practically all of you, has had a time where you just couldn't stop crying and you cried your heart out, and you're ugly crying, you're like, and then your lip starts to shiver, and then you start laughing. I know all of you had some times where you're ugly crying. I do. And then after you're done crying, you feel light, you feel better, you feel lifted. They have the same healing abilities. Use them. Use them both. We're only human. We have emotions. Just like he said, it's not for the women. Us men got to embrace our emotions. That's who we are, human beings. And the other thing I wanted to say was, This saying came from an elder from Scan Bay, the late Mary Ann Sundown. When you go to the land, when you go to the water, give all your troubles, all your worries, all your burdens and sorrows to the land, to the water. Lay on the tundra, get in the water, and let it take it, give it to the land and water. We're only human, and sometimes we can't handle our emotions alone. The earth will continue to be here when we're gone, so will the water, and they can help heal you. Our ancestors, our elders know that the land and the water heals. Use it. Give it all your troubles and sorrows, because the land and water can handle it. We can't do it alone. And then another thing is, I heard someone ask what we do to help get through these sorrows, help get through these hard times, how to reboot our energy. Each and every one of you is different. Each and every one of you has something that will help you heal. I know for me, it's when I go out to the land, when I go out by boat to the ocean, when I'm hunting and fishing. That's when I feel closest to the Creator, because this is what He created. And I'll give it all to Him. That's my therapy. That's my ceremony. That's where I give it all to the Creator, the land and the ocean. But each and every one of you is different. You know what makes you feel good. It may be your family, your children. It may be, sometimes, some people like work. Just a little bit like it. But that might do it. It may be sewing, it may be beading, it may be playing basketball, sports. Whatever heals you, whatever makes you feel better, share it. Tell other people what makes you feel better, because it may also help them. If it doesn't help them, that's okay. At least you shared your story, and we all have a story to share. Share your story, share your trauma, share your healing, so we can heal together and be healthy people of this land. Share whatever knowledge you retain. Don't be stingy. Don't be stingy with it. You have to share it. Because once we leave this earth, all the knowledge we retain, if you do not share it, will go with us to the grave. And as we know, as Yupik, Chupik, indigenous people, we live by oral history, oral tradition, by word of mouth, by listening to our elders. If we do not tell our story, how are we going to help our people? Don't be stingy. So please share your story with your family, your friends, your people, and even strangers. Share your story so we can all be healthy, healing people. Kuyana. I always hit that.
I'm going to say a few words about the first door prize. Our first door prize was graciously gifted over here by, gifted, but she also made it, handmade it, sewn and handmade with her mom. But she's going to share about it really quick.
Hi guys, my name is Kaylee Mize. My people come from the Ho-Chunk and Menominee Nations in Wisconsin and the Osage and Quapaw Nations in Oklahoma. And I was born and raised in Sacramento. And today, or last week actually, when we were on our meeting, we were talking about door prizes, and okay, thank you. The first thing that came to my mind was a ribbon skirt, because where I'm from, a ribbon skirt is part of prayer. It's part of healing. We wear skirts when we dance. We wear skirts when we go in the roundhouse. we wear skirts when we go into lodge. You know, I grew up wearing skirts, came out the womb wearing a skirt. It's just part of who I am, and so I really like this fabric. Like, I'll go get some more. But it has strawberries and flowers on it, and little ladybugs. And I love butterflies, because to me, butterflies are a part of healing. You know, they come out the cocoon, and they show their wings, and it's a sign of growth. It's a sign of healing. So when we put our ribbon on our skirts, when we put our ribbon on, lay it down before we sew it, we always say a prayer. Because our ribbon, it's a prayer. It's a prayer for the healing, prayer for the water, prayer for Grandmother Moon, prayer for our ground, Mother Earth. So, I really like this skirt. But yeah, so that's what I wanted to say about the skirt that I made you guys, because I want to give it a gift to you, give it to the community, because I'm grateful to be here. Really grateful from the bottom of my heart, because we don't see this down in Sacramento. I come from the city, where we don't see people living off the land and actually taking care of the land, because it got lost. In the city, it got lost. So I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to give you guys this skirt, and I hope whoever wins it, take care of it. Wear it to those ceremonies. Wear it whenever you want, because it's a sign of healing. And we made this with prayer, me and my mom. So thank you.
You should choose the...
Gotta get it good.
Whoa, Katerina.
Wow.
Okay, now we have a couple more. We have 3 more.
We have 3 more.
When we do our evaluation at the end, we have a Gus book that we'll be doing a drawing for everybody who turns in an evaluation. So make sure you turn in your evaluation at the end.
Amber made it. It's made by Amber.
Okay, next winner. Good thing we have names on them today. Glennis. All right, and for the water bottle, Andrea Hurley. We have 1 more berry picking bucket. Neela. For a second, wow. Can you help me share something for the elders panel? Where's my paper? Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. I know yesterday we were going to do 5 minutes. Today we can do 10 minutes for the first break. Coffee's in the back, water and juice. Bathrooms are out in the hallway. And we'll see you guys back in 10 minutes.
Hard period I went through after high school and after I went home. Then after that, I was working for the Bethel Hospital, and then there was a head nurse there that saw what I do and how I do it and how I worked, and she said, would you like to go to nursing school? I said, no. I wasn't thinking that way. And then finally she said, we'd like to help you get into nursing school because you do work with, especially when you're working with elders, you do work, you help them out, you talk to them, you encourage them. So that part, one of the head nurses recognized and wanted me to go to nursing school, and that's how I ended up in Seattle. I was still drinking when I went to Seattle. I went to school through BIA. That, again, was a hardship there. So I lived in Seattle for 10 years. I got sober there. And then I came back to Alaska. One of the alcoholism counselors from Bethel flew to Seattle, went to the Ernie Turner's treatment program. That's where I work. And he was there to look over the alcoholism treatment program, the things that we did, and again, I was introduced. I promised myself when I was in Seattle and I sobered up in Seattle, I'll never go back to Alaska. I will never go back to Alaska. That was my thought back then. And then that person came from Bethel to Seattle, look over the treatment program in Seattle, because they were starting the Phillips Alcoholism Treatment Program in Bethel. So I was invited to go home and work with our people back home. I said, nope, no, I'll never go home. That was part of my early on recovery. No, I'll never go back to Alaska. I'll never go back to my people back there. There's nobody left anyway. That was my attitude early on in my sobriety. And then in 1973, we were invited to a conference in Anchorage from Seattle to come to the conference in Anchorage. Again, I was approached by the people of Bethel treatment program for me to go home and work with our people. I said no. But that time I wasn't ready emotionally, mentally. And then there's a time when my sobriety became stagnant. I was sober, I was dry. That's all I was dry. But my sobriety became stagnant. And I start to feel like I'm not enjoying myself. I don't like this feeling. That's because I hadn't dealt with emotional and things that happened personally in life. I never talked about those. That was the biggest challenge I went through. When my sobriety became stagnant, I said, I don't like the sobriety. I don't want this anymore, because I was miserable in the beginning. And fortunately, when I talked to someone that was sober, they felt the same way. Again, I talked to another person, they felt the same way. I said, we need to do something. If this is sobriety and we're miserable, we need to do something. And that's when we were introduced, at that period, we were going to workshops everywhere, listening, see if we can bring something home to even in our personal lives, something that will help us to feel better. So at that period, I wasn't the only one. I found out that was because I never dealt with personal issues. Throughout my life, the mission experience, the things that happened in my personal life, I never shared them. I never talked about them. And that's why that period of what I call, it was a dry drunk period. It's a miserable period to be in if we haven't dealt with personal experiences. That's when we asked a lady from Fairbanks, she was one of our members, we need help. We're sober, but we're miserable. We need help. And so she went back to Fairbanks. She worked for the Catholic Diocese, and she asked for money to look for possible help from somewhere else to work with people that were sober, but we weren't well yet. That's when we were introduced to Bisawanda and Vera Manuel from Canada. The lady found them, I don't know how she found them, but Bisawanda and Vera Manuel from Canada, they had developed in the spirit of family system training manual with the help of their own people, their own elders. And when that manual was completed, they asked the Canadian government, can we have some money to train our people so that they will get healed, they will get better, they will work together? And I guess the Canadian government said no, they won't provide them with the money. So they have a completed manual in the spirit of family system training manual that they couldn't go back to their people to use it as a teaching tool. About that time, we were asking for help. See how the Creator works? If we're sincere in wanting help, the Creator has ways to get us the help. So that lady got in touch with me and that Vera Emmanuel, and we were going to fundraise and get them up to Alaska to train. 30 of us people that were in sober, but like I said, the miserable sobriety I was in, I wasn't the only one. That's when Bisa Wanda and Vera Manuel came in from Canada and trained 30 of us people, statewide people, how to do personal recovery, how to heal through our histories within our families, how to heal through things that our people have gone through over the years. That was the best training. That was the best, because each of the two of them assigned us to gather information from our people to help us in our sobriety. I was fortunate to be assigned to work with elders, gather information from our elders, because we never used our elders before. Even in big meetings, or even it's like this. I love this gathering here. We have many elders in here. That's the way it's supposed to be, but we never had that before. So each of us were assigned to work with our elders, or work at, one of our young men was assigned to talk about sexual abuse to minors and boys and girls, and he was one of the victims abused by a priest. So many of us got assignments that we needed to work on and bring back the next time we had a meeting together. We were introduced to healing circles. We were introduced to share things we gathered from our people throughout that period. And so that manual in the Spirit of Family System training was the answer to what we needed in our sobriety. And we had to go back to our immediate family and do apologizing and start working with our own families. Those were the things that were missing in our sobriety that we hadn't dealt with. And that was the gift from those two ladies from Canada, to work through the manual within our own communities. And I was assigned to work with elders. That was the best assignment I ever got. That assignment prepared to be who I am today as an elder for our community. They were good teachers. They were forgiving teachers. They reminded me of my grandmother and my grandfather, and I associated well with them. Different people were assigned to do things. We had 4-year intensive training with those two ladies to prepare us to be who we are today. Get back within our own families and heal with our families. And those are the things that happened early on in my sobriety. And those were the answers that I needed to have a healthy sobriety, not a miserable, dry period. Those were the answers. Those were the things that we learned, that we had to go back and ask for forgiveness within our own families too, within our own communities, with our elders, because we didn't include them in our everyday activities. Just like today, I just love this here. Our elders are here, our people are here, our visitors are welcomed here. A lot of the people, the indigenous people in Seattle, helped me throughout my early on sobriety. That, I thank them all for that. So early on, that in the Spirit of Family System training, they helped us to deal with personal issues things that we hadn't worked through before or talked about. So that was my personal recovery. I just wanted to share that part of my personal recovery. And I'm so glad I went through that period. Because if there's somebody newly sober, you know, and they're struggling, I can be there to talk to them because I've been there. So that's the journey I got to take in my sobriety. And that period brought a lot of healing, personal healing to my life, my family, and some of the people in my community. My elders, my connection with the elders. I worked in YKHC for 25 years, Yukon Kuskokwim Health Corporation. And after I retired from there, I moved to Anchorage. And today, Grandma Dr. Rita Blumenstein resigned from her work, and then after a short period after that, she passed away. So she had mentioned to Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium to interview me to replace her. I was honored to be recommended by Dr. Rita Blumenstein. When I first met Dr. Rita Blumenstein way back 30 years ago, she instructed me, when you work with people, don't work from here to here with people, work from here to here. This is the shortest trip you can take, but not from here to here. So those kinds of instructions from Grandma Dr. Rita Blumenstein, she instructed me, work with people from here to here. It's the shortest trip you can take with them when you're working with people. Don't work from here to here. That's a long trip. Sometimes you get lost in between then. So those kinds of instructions from elders over the years after I started working with the elders, those are the kinds of instructions I received from our elders in our area. They helped us. Last time I was here, I did the grieving cycle. That grieving cycle came from those elders that I worked with. So they taught us things that they knew, they used, and know how to do, how to help people. The young man that I talked about, personal experience with sexual abuse. He healed through that. He talked about that, and he can help other people still struggling with that issue. So a lot of personal healing came about with the two ladies that helped us through that period. And so I am really glad to be invited here again. I love what I do. Sometimes when I first got my eyesight, I lost one side of my eyesight. I can't see out of one eye. I thought that was going to stop me from traveling. Boy, I travel more than before though now, and I enjoy traveling, and I enjoy being with people. I thank each and every one of you for inviting me back. I just told you a little bit about the first part of my personal recovery from alcohol and drugs, that part where I became, I healed within. So that part, I share that today. And so I work at the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium as their elder representative. And they never be stingy with me when a village calls me to travel to a village, and I love that. I love traveling. So thank you very much for inviting us back. We were here the last time. Thank you for having me here too, and call me back again if you need to.
My Inupiaq name is Akpayuk, means fast runner. I think I mentioned that the other day. My dad was from Wisconsin. He was French and Irish. My mom was Inupiaq from Kotzebue, or Kikiktaruk. Just before getting up here, I was chatting with a lady about maybe what was I going to say. And one of the thoughts that I had was, you know how elders would say, they would kind of look up like this and they go, long time ago, you knew you were going to be in for a long story, right? But as a way of introduction, I also wanted to say that I was born 80 years after the United States purchased Alaska. And if you think about the timelines, it hasn't been that far since we've experienced so much change. 1867 was when Alaska was sold by the Russians to the Americans. And I was born in 1947, 12 years before statehood. So you know that as a result of this timeline, the federal government had total sway up here in Alaska. They ruled everything. One of the first things they did was to find a way to find an education czar who happened to be a Presbyterian minister who used the power of his church and the power of the state to begin having control over all the Alaska Native people in Alaska. His name was Sheldon Jackson. I either had the unfortunate experience of losing my father when I was quite young. I was 6 years old. So essentially I grew up identifying as Native. On the other hand, because of my mom's own alcoholism, the authorities of the day went to my mother and told her she had to make a choice. Give your two boys up for adoption or send them to boarding school. My mother had already lost two older children from a different relationship because of alcohol. And now she was faced with this dilemma of losing two more kids for the same reason. And she decided to send us to boarding school. It was called today I would call it a Sophie's Choice, if you've ever seen that movie. With the understanding that at least we would be together for a short period of time in the summertime before we would go back to school. Well, today I can tell you after 10 years of boarding school, I went to two BIA boarding schools. One was Wrangell Institute. And I bet you there's people in this room that either went to Wrangell themselves or had family who went to Wrangell. Anyone want to say, raise their hand if they went to Wrangell or know people in Wrangell? Raise your hand. Wrangell was one of the most notorious boarding schools in Alaska. I was there for 6 years, from 1955 to 1961. And it took children as young as 5 years old. I see little ones running around, and can you imagine having your 5-year-old, 6, 7, 8-year-old taken away from you, and you had no choice but to give them up. If you resisted, you were sent to jail. And some parents resisted, and they were sent to jail. But they lost their children anyway. And while I was at Wrangell Institute from 8 years old till when I was 14, we were indoctrinated over and over and over about how evil and satanic our parents were, because they spoke their language, they practiced their traditions, and they were looked upon as someone to be avoided. And when you were indoctrinated at such a young age as I was, in time, I started to believe that. I really did. So when I would go home to the Fairbanks in the summertime to be with my mother, my younger brother and I, there was a period of time when I was maybe 12 or 13, and if I saw my mother walking down the street, I would go across the street so I wouldn't be seen in public with her. That's how ashamed I was of my mother, because I was told time and time again how evil she was. In the meantime, because I spoke English going to Wrangell, in fact, I believe I was bilingual, I saw so many of my fellow students being severely punished for speaking Inupiaq, for speaking Yupik, for speaking Unangan, for speaking Tlingit, and Sukpiaq, and Chupik. Am I missing anyone? Simshian, Athabaskan, or Dene. They all got punished. All the children who came to Wrangell speaking their language inevitably was punished in so many different ways. We got our mouth washed out with lye soap. We were whipped. We went through gauntlets. We wore dunce caps in the classroom. We were ashamed. And all of that was to reinforce the notion that our languages were of no value. They never celebrated elders. They never thought of them as anything. And what a life to go through when you have that kind of experience. There was every kind of abuse you could think of at Wrangell. There was, some was discussed earlier today and yesterday, spiritual abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, psychological abuse, sexual abuse. Wrangell seemed to attract pedophiles as matrons, as teachers, as administrators, as people working in the mess hall and in the clinics. There was no place that a child, boy or girl, could escape some sort of unwanted advancement and abuse of sexual abuse especially. If you can imagine children, and I remember my first day of traveling to Wrangell with my younger brother, Kermit, who was 6. We went to the airport and we were immediately met by officials. The first thing they did to us was they tied us together with ropes to other children that were already there. And they put name tags on us, yellow name tags, kind of a quite large yellow name tag with a metal twisty tie and indelible ink. It had our name, our destination, our flight. And if you can imagine hundreds of little children together, tied together with rope, and we couldn't run away. And travel in the 50s in Alaska was very primitive. The kind of planes that were used to get us from A to B to C was noisy and loud, and it scared the hell out of us because many of us never were on airplanes in the 50s. And all that did was to serve to heighten the trauma of the separation. When we got to Wrangell, and sometimes it took a couple of days to get there, we were met by more BIA officials who then took us 5 miles away from the small town they call Wrangell to Wrangell Institute, where the boys and girls were separated. And we went into the receiving room in the boys' dorm, and the very first thing they did in a room, in a pretty large area that was served kind of like a multi-purpose room with a concrete floor, the first thing they ordered all of us little kids to do was to get completely naked. Here we are, dozens of little children that were coming in every day and going through the same procedure of arrival and receiving and telling all of us to get undressed. And here we don't know anybody, they don't know us. And yet we had to comply with their orders. We had to completely stand in front of everyone, including the matrons, without any clothes on. The next thing they did was ordered us to form a line so that we could get our haircuts. And many of us had long hair. And many of us, when we were done getting our haircuts, we were literally bald. I can still remember different times in my 6 years being at the back of the line, and as I approached the barber, how the hair around his feet started growing up around his feet as he was using that machine to shear all of us kids. The next thing they did was to order us to go get a shower. And they deliced us with chemicals on our feet and on our hair and on our genitals sometimes. And we were ordered to go into this open shower where there were different spigots coming out. And they had showers, and they gave us a wash rag and a lye soap and said, you know what to do, clean yourself. So a lot of little children didn't know how to do that. And that really pissed off a lot of matrons who were in charge of that section. And they would run into the shower and they'd literally grab a floor brush and rub lye soap on it and then scrub that little child until his skin bled. And here we were, other children, watching, quiet. All we could hear is the noise of the shower, the water coming out of the spigots, steamy. And we slowly decided maybe we should try to figure out how to clean ourselves, because we didn't want to experience what this little kid, who's still a stranger to us, was experiencing. When we got out of the shower and were given towels, we were also given numbers. These particular numbers were put on government-issued clothing that we all got that corresponded with our name. So for laundry purposes, and probably other reasons, that number was on our shorts, our socks, our pants, our shirts. And many matrons found it convenient to only call us by our number, never by our given name, never by a Christian name. It was because in some cases, some of our names were difficult for matrons to pronounce. And so it was easier just to call us 88. Get over here, 88. I can still remember 40, 50 years later having informal gatherings with other students. And they would share with me how they thought that for a while, they thought their number was their name. Every day we were told to march, to be in line, to shut up, to not cry, to not talk, until the lights went out. And then there was a two-story boys' dorm. There was a little boys' dorm at the bottom and a big boys' dorm on the top. And there was a military-style dormitory. You could go in and out of other rooms, other dorm rooms, either over or under. But when the lights out, all it took was for one little guy to start crying for his mother in the dark. Mama. And just crying. And when you're in the dark and you hear that little guy crying, you can't help but to cry yourself, which we all did. And it started by one little person, and it became two, and it became many, and pretty soon the entire little boys' dorm was just wailing into the night. We just all cried ourselves to sleep. And many of us cried for weeks on end. But to me, when I look back on that part of what happened, was the saddest part of all, because we stopped crying. And you know, as parents and grandparents, you know that children who cry need love and affection and caring and being told that they're okay. But none of that happened to any of us. No one came for us. And so we became kind of hard-hearted, and even as young as we were, because we knew that crying was not going to bring our mother to us. Crying was not going to bring our grandparent to us. And so we started getting a hard knot in our hearts about going through this boarding school life. Many, like Liz said about a letter that got redacted or withheld, I wrote letters home about abuse, and my mother never mentioned it until one time years later she would remember getting a letter that said that when I got your letter, there was large parts of the letter that were blacked out. So today we call it redacting, but in reality they were crossing out all of the things that I said was going on at Wrangell with all of the abuses. Matrons had total power in that dorm. They beat us, they whipped us, they had demerit systems. On weekends, the gauntlet became a spectator sport. And one of the reasons why it may have been a spectator sport is the connection to pedophilia, because we had to run the gauntlet naked. And they ordered other boys to use their belts on us. On both sides, we had to walk or run up and down the line of other boys who were ordered to use their belts on us. If a child was seen as not being very hard or using their good effort, they had to get in line and run the gauntlet. So it became, we just beat the hell out of each other because we didn't want to go down that line, even though many of us did. I did. Some were pretty stoic and tough, and they would just walk. I love those guys. They just walked, and they looked at their peers as their peers were whipping them with their belts. Years later, a friend of mine had to apologize to a dear friend of his. In fact, they both apologized to each other for having to beat each other up with their belts. Girls were also molested and raped, and just like the boys were. Many of the girls were 11, 12, 13 years old, going home in the middle of the school year pregnant because they were raped. Many Native girls went home like that. A personal friend of mine, a 12-year-old friend, I witnessed a matron punching him out so hard that he splayed his mouth open all the way up underneath his ear, and half of his face fell open. He was instantly unconscious and bleeding profusely. He was a Dene. He was just totally unconscious on the floor, bleeding out. And the matron took him to the hospital. Nothing ever happened to that matron. He was never fired, never reprimanded, never went to jail. And when my friend came back, his mouth was wired shut, and all he could eat was through a straw for many weeks. And he was a constant reminder that that sadist of a matron had total control over the big boys' dorm at that time. We figured out ways to avoid him. I mean, we were always vigilant. We were always on edge, because any matron, anybody could whip us at any time. We had to look in their eyes, and we had to look at their body language. We had to hear the tone of their voice. What were they going to do to us? What were they going to do to me? What a hell of a way to live as a child. But many of us were there for as long as 8 years. I was there for 6. Many kids were there for only a year or 2. But even then, the experiences were so marked indelibly in their psyche, they can still remember all of the things that happened to them. Well, I did go to high school, another boarding school called Mount Edgecombe. And of course, the treatment there was, they didn't beat us like they did in Wrangell, but they didn't support us either. They didn't encourage us to speak our language. We could speak to each other on campus, but not in the classroom. They wouldn't allow us to go home with family when there were family tragedies. I remember my older sister died in childbirth in Anchorage. Both her and the baby died when I was at Mount Edgecombe, and I wanted to go home I wanted to come to the funeral, and they denied. I couldn't go. So there's a big hole in my heart about closure. How do you put closure on someone's life that you loved when you didn't go through ceremony? I was so indoctrinated. I did not know how to treat women. I did not know what it was to be a man or be a father. And when I met and married Susan, we have kids, and I could kind of relate to them when they were little, and then when they got to the age I was when I went to boarding school, I kind of like checked out in their lives and reconnected when they turned 18. It's just how old I was when I left boarding school after 10 years. But I wanted to get back to the indoctrination part. I was kind of like brainwashing, right? That brainwashing I mentioned about my mom being an evil, satanic person, that was one. And somehow I thought that the Bureau of Indian Affairs had total power over our lives. I really did. And I want to demonstrate my marriage proposal to Susan. Honey, what do you think the BIA would say if we got married? And that was how I felt. I thought I had to get permission. And when I look back on it, I go, shit, what was I thinking? Getting their permission. But what I really want to end with is I went to her village, and her elders took me in, and her elders I think they had a sense that I was a lost person. I didn't know anything about being Native. In fact, there was times when I felt ashamed about being Native. I didn't know anything about our history, about our traditions, about our values. I really didn't know much. I knew everything else about the world, but not about who I was as an indigenous person. And after many years of sitting around tables and drinking coffee and tea and living in the village, I started learning how to become a real person. And I really thank Susan's elders for taking me in unconditionally. And I felt so strongly about wanting to pay back. I wasn't totally finished with my healing journey, and I had to go through, I had to examine my own anger. I had to examine why I was not a good husband, not a good parent, not a good father, drinking, carousing, but mostly anger, mostly angry. And I almost lost my family because they couldn't take me in my ways anymore. Unless I get help. And I did, because I didn't want to lose I went to therapy, I went to counseling, I went through ACOA. It was pretty popular back in the day, Adult Children of Alcoholics. I was going down that alcohol road myself. In many talking circles and healing circles. And slowly I began to understand the nature of why I was the way I was. And out of that, I even went to something called Beauty for Ashes. Anybody hear about Beauty for Ashes? I went through that program, and I discovered that a lot of my anger resulted from being sexually abused myself at Wrangell Institute by matrons, and then once by another older boy. Because we learned, this was learned behavior. A lot of children who were sodomized and raped as 5, 6, and 7, 8-year-olds became perpetrators when they became 12, 13, and 14-year-olds. And we were starting to just do a cycle of sexual violence. And now we were competing with them. Some of the matrons were competing with some of those older boys that were doing that. I want to jump forward today in Alaska. Even though we make up less than 20% of the state of Alaska's population, Alaska Native people, men and women, are in the criminal justice system at more than 40% today. And half of that 40% has a lot to do with sexual assault, sexual violence, rape, incest, all of those things that we never really talk about. 40%. And I'll take it a step further. today even 60%, more than 60% of today's children that are in the Alaska's foster care system are Alaska Native children, over 60%. And the two factors that are contributing to that is alcohol. But also, we are still passing down our hurts and to the next generation, and we need to intercept that. We need to stop it. We need to find ways to quit hurting our children and grandchildren. And I'd like to thank my wife Susan for letting me stay with her. Thank you.
Jamaka, I've had him stay with me for 55 years. Jamaka, thank you all for inviting us back again. It's been such a wonderful, closer, okay. It's been a wonderful couple of days listening to the very informative presentations and a lot of sharing. So much to learn, always something to learn. And I especially enjoyed last evening with a few elders to story tell. One of the greatest things as a child, we learn as a young adults to learn storytelling is the greatest way to heal and to be together, to laugh and share. And I just thoroughly enjoyed last night. Kaya to those that were there. I'm Sugpek, Dene, and Filipina, but I grew up in a Sugpek village called Port Graham, which is located on the tip of the Kenai Peninsula. I was born 1 year after he did. But during those times, at the time I was born, my grandmother had passed away, so I was named after her. So my Sugpek name is Sukhia. I've been saddened all my life that I never got to know my grandmother, because my aunts and uncles and relatives would say, "Yeah, you act like your grandma. You look like your amma." So I thought, gosh, I wished I had known her. So hearing about grandparents last night and how many children and grandchildren you all have, I thought that's so delightful to hear. Because at the time I was a toddler, my mom had TB and passed away and left my father to be a single dad, and I was handed over to my aunt and uncle next door. So I was pretty much surrounded by aunts and uncles, but there were just the two of us, me and my one older brother. And my dad had built a 2-story house and had planned to have about 10 children, but there were just two of us. So hearing stories from grandmas last night about the many grandchildren was so delightful to hear. And one of the things that I heard over and over again throughout the last couple of days is connectiveness. Connectiveness, yeah. And last night, discovering that in our little group that we were connected in some way, one way or the other, through friends or relatives, discovering new relatives. That's just it was so exciting to hear, and that's just a real positive thing to hear and observe. Because growing up in a small village, as so many of you who have grown up in a village, you're so connected. You have tight-knit families. And I felt that way, but growing up. But by the time we finished 8th grade, we had to leave and go off to boarding school. So I was sent to Wrangell. Much as I refused to go the first year. But the second year, I didn't have a choice. I had to go. It was mandatory. Wrangell was by the time I got to Wrangell Institute, it was years later after Jim had been there, so it was much improved. However, there was still a lot of rules and I don't know, thinking of a negative word that I'm not going to use, still remained, such as when we got there, we were stripped of our clothing and had to go into a shower. It was kind of shocking, because I had grown up just by myself in a household, and taking a baths by myself and having to go into a shower room with 100 other girls. I was like, oh my gosh, what am I into? And then there was no one else from my village or anyone else who could speak Sukbek like I could and would have wanted to, but that wasn't allowed anyway. And then the marching, the bells, you live with a number. I still remember my number, 75, how many years later. You had to march to the dining room, and one of the things I missed a lot was back home in the village. I was raised by my Filipino dad, my Filipino uncle, who were great cooks. So, enjoyed real good home. But in Wrangell, the food was horrible, I have to say. It was very difficult to get used to the kind of food that was like, we were fed powdered milk, powdered eggs, canned food, and served on metal trays. And one thing that really, to this day, I never forget, as a child, I was a real picky eater, so I wouldn't always eat all my food. But in Wrangell, you had to. And this kitchen monitor, Mrs. Krebs, as I remember, would stand over me and make sure that I ate everything on my tray. So it was quite an experience being in Wrangell. The only wonderful thing I could remember about boarding schools is being with hundreds of other students our age, and then going on to Mondejkum was a lot more pleasant. But the thing for my issue is having to leave home and have had experienced throughout my life is dealing with my grief, loss and grief. Because one thing that as a child I have always treasured is my relationship with my grandfather, my appa, who I spent almost daily with him. He was type of appa that people came to. They sat around a table, and he would atlakok them, tell them how to live, how to be a person. He was just a real loving, kind person to everyone, regardless of race or who they were or what they did. From him, I learned so much about how to treat others. And this is going to be hard. When I got home, he was not there. So the loss of him was so, like Liz, I was very angry because in Wrangell, we were not ever allowed to leave the area. We weren't ever allowed to go home for holidays, for whatever. If there was a funeral loss, you either didn't know about it or couldn't go anyway. So that was the greatest major loss I had. And another one was, well, I had lost my father to suicide earlier. So those are kinds of issues I've had to struggle with the grief. But in Edgecombe, as I mentioned, I had been raised by aunt and uncle next door to up on my dad, and they had perished in a plane crash. And so there was another major loss in another boarding school. But I made it through high school. And thank goodness to friends that we enjoy today from all over Alaska, from pretty much every village. It has made life wonderful that we can know so many people. And getting to know some of you, I've just enjoyed meeting and coming back and see ones we had met earlier, that other 2 times we were here. But I also want to say I hear a lot of strength, a lot of tradition. You have wonderful families, huge families. You know, I have, in my past life, I've retired now from working as a social worker 13 years. And one of the greatest things I enjoyed in the early years, in the 70s and 80s, was working with individuals and families and children for the love of children that my Appa taught us, which carried me into that work that I learned so much from working with them, being with them. I remember the moments we had with young families, so many of them, when I worked at Cook Inlet Tribal Council, many of them were referred to us with from the state Child Protection Services for at-risk families who might lose their children. So we worked really hard to try to keep families intact. And much of my work involved reunifying families, even those who had been adopted long ago and wanted to come back and find their families. So that was my greatest in my career that I just enjoyed most. So being in a community, in villages and places like this, seeing families is my greatest pleasure. So the pride that I see in all your traditions, teaching your children heritage, that's really wonderful to see, because in my village, so much of that was lost during the early years of colonization. So we're just relearning some of those. The only thing that we seem to keep today from long ago is our language. I'm so grateful that I grew up speaking and learning Suktun. So there's just a handful of us left that can speak Suktun. And I enjoy you ladies that are Yupik because a lot of our words are similar and I could understand a little. But it was so wonderful to hear the presentation on language and the other day, yesterday, and how important it is to revitalize our language and retain them. So I want to say thank you all for having us and inviting us to address you. It's been a real pleasure. Okay.
They're standing up, honey. No, they are. Any questions, comments? We'd be glad to answer. While you're thinking about it, I could tell a story on Susan.
Hello, we got a question right here.
Good afternoon. I not really a question, I just wanted to send my gratitude to all three of you for your courage and your strength, for sharing today and shedding light on all of the trauma and the historical trauma that you've endured, and being an example of your resiliency, and I just commend you for having the courage to speak on that, and I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Ooh.
Hi there, Dana Bartman, hailing from Manakotak, and very, very thankful to be here. Expressions of appreciation certainly to our panel, but if I might take a moment to share a quick anecdote from my own family, history and story. You need to check in. I'm almost 60. You need to check in with your people because these memories are in your family. They really are. Excuse me. Not many of our elders were untouched by this experience. But similarly, and you've heard from Jim, they're not likely to share it either. So we had a story about when the missionaries had first come, and Jim alluded to, where Wrangell. What they did and what Sheldon Jackson did was divide our state into they assigned different religions to different areas of the state. That's why we call ourselves Bristol Bay, but the religion up the river is far different from that over towards Togiak. Far different. And the ramifications to this day are tangible and observable. They're visible. We speak in Manakotak, Kantukut. To this day, I hear the language every day. They dance upriver. We were told, we'll translate your Bible, but you can't dance, it's evil. And we followed their directions. Upriver, they said, you need to speak English, but it's okay to dance. And they followed directions. And this is the legacy. So I urge you to check in with your own people, to discover and uncover and reveal what might be there. And we're hearing that when we do that, we'll realize sources of our pain and our emptiness and our anguish. My family is in Upiak. We're totally displaced from Nome area to this area. My grandmother and her two sisters with Brandons and Plegios raised their people here. So this is my home, our home. Because of the anguish in my family, realizing what we'd lost with our language, to this day I study Yupik to make sure it's perpetuated to my children and every kid I have my hands on. Over the years teaching, I'd go up to kids from New Haven and asked, what's the name of your village? They didn't know. Nurilang. Nurilang. It shouldn't be spoken of any other way. Dillingham, who are we? Who are we? Dillingham. He's a senator from Vermont, by the way, who did visit Alaska, never here. He never saw Bristol Bay. And every day we Dillingham him. So finally, this story in my own family, and then I'll go back to, a couple things before I get back to the mic. Thank you for your patience. So we were told when the missionaries first came, they came to our area. My grandpa was a shaman, came to that area, and they realized in order to get these people, we have to get their leader. So they called a meeting, and he said, no, leave us alone, we're good. And they called a second meeting, and when he appeared, those missionaries assassinated him. My grandma's dad was an apprentice. He was learning to become a shaman, scared the shit out of him. He started delivering mail and preaching after that. So that's our story, and I started thinking, I know my family really well. I see them when I look in the mirror, and I didn't know if they were telling me the truth or not. Maybe this is just a family legend. But then I'd heard from a long-distance relative, it's archived in the University of Alaska Museum. And so our story really is a story. Not one that I should only tell my kids, but one that you need to tell yours. So that's kind of my reminder to you to check in. Don't let these memories be lost and replaced by pain. Peel, reveal, heal. And then when we know better, we'll do better. So I'm retired from my teaching and carrying on now. I always say, Tag, you guys are it, but please don't leave here without checking in with your own roots, with your own people, your own story. And then, even if it's alinginak, even though it's scary, I'm shaken. You share it. You share it. Okay, finally, I'm up here in red, white, and blue, remind you to all of us, it's a very systemic preacher thing to say, but reminding you wherever you are, even if you're traveling next week, is election. Speak up. You guys, you young people especially, you have dark-skinned women on your ballot. I never saw that. So please don't pass up your opportunity to put a mark next to her name. Thank you for listening. I'm out.
I've talked to quite a few people who have, in my area, the boarding school situation affected many people in my side of the bay, and over here I know, but it isn't something that I've ever heard talked about very much until you started coming and we started hearing about your stories. And so a lot of people have asked me, how do I get my family to talk about this? But like I mentioned yesterday, sometimes there's whole ranges of subjects that are off the table in families where people are uncomfortable and don't want to talk or are afraid to talk about very painful things. So do you have any thoughts about how these younger generations can connect with their elders in a safe way and begin to hear the stories and share in a way that isn't re-traumatizing for folks that live these things?
That is, those are difficult topics. But one of the things we have seen and done in some areas is to prepare educate the children in groups. We've developed. We were involved in a project, in a curriculum, cultural identity project, where young adults and teenagers are taught about historical trauma and urge them to go and talk to their elders, to their families, and in some families is to, if they're comfortable enough, to have family meetings, in family gatherings. I know many families gather together to eat together and share and bring topic. We have done that with our kids are adults now. They're in their 40s and 50s, but it's something that they need to hear about. It's tough, and it's really hard on the kids, so it have to be really extra sensitive with children, especially young ones, to gradually address the topic and to talk about it and encourage them. Go talk to your grandma, grandpa. Ask them to tell a story. It's just more and more encouragement that they need. It takes time. And developing a relationship with the children so that they'll feel comfortable to approach and ask their parents or grandparents. One of the teachings that we have is our parents were always told, if your children are going to go to another village, introduce yourself, introduce your parents, introduce your grandparents to that group of people you're meeting, because somebody there, you'll find a relative in another place. Because at one time I thought my whole family was gone, until I started to travel and took the word from the elders telling us, introduce yourself, introduce your parents, introduce your grandparents. Somebody will know your parents or your grandparents, and then you'll get connected to family members in another community that way. I started doing that when I started travel in Yukon-Kuskokwim area. I started to introduce myself, I introduced my parents, I introduced my grandparents, and I found a lot of relations in different communities. Somebody might have known my grandfather, somebody might be related to my grandmother, and my parents. If I mention my grandparents, I always find relations. So we always teach our children, when you go to another community, introduce yourself, introduce your parents, introduce your grandparents. You'll get connected that way. And that's what our elders taught us in our trainings. And sure enough, I start traveling to different villages in the line of work that I do for Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation, and I did introduce myself, my parents, and my grandparents, and somebody there in the community will know my grandparents, or somebody there in the community will know my parents, and they'll connect me with this family, and that's my extended family. So we always find relatives wherever we are if we introduce ourselves, our parents, and our grandparents. And I went to Arizona for one of the big trainings we had out there, and we introduced ourselves. And a young lady came up. Did you say your name was Elizabeth Sunnyboy? I said, yes. Where are you from? Pilot Station. And she started crying, and I was wondering what's going. Here, she was my first cousin. She was in Florida. She came up to a training in Arizona where we had the training, and that's why the first time we met. She was married, she was the daughter of my auntie Natalia. And her dad had moved them outside. So we'll find relatives, or somebody will introduce us to some relations that we have. I went to my Ilungak, Trisha John. We trained together, we worked together everywhere, and then she brought me to her family in Tuksuk Bay. And her dad asked me, "Kituzit, chaminguzit, kinkutilaksiki." I said, "Geez." And he asked me, "Who are you? Who are your parents? Where are you from?" And I introduced myself, and I told them my parents' names, and I also let them know that in Togiak I have an oldest uncle, uncle in Togiak, and I named his name, and her dad shook my hand again and said, "Ilakat nukut. Ukutak natwani ilungakat nakmin. Ukutsu angut wichungaksuki nakmin. Huingasu atatakso nakmin." I said, whoa. Because at that time my world was small. I just had gotten out of the mission, and my only family was my uncle and aunt in Bethel. But when I went to Tuksuk Bay and I was introduced to Teresa John's family, he told my relations. He told me about my family, immediate family, and he told me that he was my uncle too. I said, that's what our people, our elders say. Always introduce yourself, your parents, and your grandparents. You'll always find relations in that way. So I found a cousin in Arizona, introducing myself that way, and she was my first cousin, my dad's sister's daughter, but her mother had passed away a long time ago. So what the elders teach us, we have to follow through, and like they say, introduce yourself, your parents and your grandparents. Somebody will know for your family, and your family line will be extended. And that's the way we were taught by our elders in our area.
Another way to your question about how do you engage dialogue would be to put out I don't know how you guys communicate in your community, but if you would kind of get a sense of or a survey of who went to boarding schools, and then do a general interest post. Is there anyone willing to or interested in coming together and discussing your experiences at boarding school? You might get some pretty good responses, especially when they come together. I don't know that you'll get as much of a response if you only go to one person at a time, unless family members do that. So that's another way. The third way is to invite me. I'll come over and facilitate it. Also, Susan reminded me, I also am on the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition. Some of you may know that as NABS. And if you go to the website, boardingschoolhealing.org, boardingschoolhealing.org, it'll open up a website of just an amazing array of information about what we're trying to do to get our country, our United States of America, to acknowledge the role that they played in trying to forcibly assimilate and acculturate American Indians and Alaska Native people to be, good white people. But in that is Senate Bill 1723 that was submitted by Senator Lisa Murkowski. It's called the Truth and Healing Commission Bill. And then there's a House companion submitted by Tom Cole. He's a native from Oklahoma. Congressman Cole has a companion bill that's House Bill 7227, and it's also called the Truth and Healing Commission Bill. So we're trying to get passage this year, hopefully. It has lots of challenges yet ahead of it itself, but we're moving forward. So there's a really good resource. If you go to that website, for example, there's a interactive map of America that shows over 500 boarding schools listed on that map, and you put your cursor on that school, and everything about that school will pop up on your screen. It'll tell you everything you need to know about the years it was operating, how many students that there were. We're still trying to find that out. Who were the missionaries that ran the school? Was it a BIA school? Was it a Catholic school? Was it a Quaker church? These are all information in that interactive website. And just a lot more information that one of the things in the bill, by the way, I'd like to address is that one of the main elements in that bill that we would like to get passed is it's called healing centers. We want to have the federal government to acknowledge the harm that they have. And one way they could show that is to by funding healing centers across America, but run by the tribes that want to participate in those healing centers. And so that's another reason I think you might want to look at the bill and maybe have discussions among yourselves. For example, I can see a healing center in Northern California where you guys are at. And I know you guys went to places like Riverside and Chamawa and Chilocco and all of those places. But I would think that your ancestors, your brothers and sisters, your parents even, and yourselves would benefit greatly from a healing center. I can see one here in Dillingham. I know from talking to many of you that organize these events, how hard it is for you guys to find funding every year just to bring us all together. And for that, I'm so grateful that you were able to bring us here. But can you imagine an opportunity where if we can get our federal government to acknowledge that they're basically responsible for a lot of things we're talking about today. So at least they ought to put their money back into restoring our language, restoring our spiritualness, our wholeness as people. And of course, language revitalization is also in the bill. So we want to do that, and we hope we get your support. Write your congressman for support to support Senate Bill 1723 and House Bill 7227. Whether they be Republican or Democrat or independent. By the way, Senator Murkowski is a Republican. She got 25 other senators to co-sponsor that bill, which is an amazing thing to do in this day and age. Congressman Cole has quite a few number of co-sponsors on his bill. And so we're trying to work together and trying to, by the way, there's a recent report that just came out, Volume 2 of the Department of Interior's investigation on boarding schools in America. It's those 2 volumes are really hard to read. I mean, it's emotional to read. But I encourage you to do that. Yes. And of course, as storytellers, NABS has a contract with DOI to record your stories, to record your boarding school stories. And the DOI has done some as well with their, on Deb Holland's, I forgot what they call it, her travels, healing travels. Any more questions or comments?
Hi, I'll try to keep it quick. I know we're hungry. I'm hungry. My name is Katerina. I'm a local here. I know a lot of you, and I just wanted to say thank you guys for sharing all that you did today, and I think we're all very fortunate to have heard your words. I know that I have struggled with my own personal identity for most of my life, and I didn't discover our Indigenous history until I sought it in college. And I think your experience with boarding schools is an experience that all of our families have experienced, and we know that they're not as willing to share, but it does affect every single one of us, whether we want to accept it or not. And I think just us being here and these younger generations, just being able to hear and be a part of this can bring maybe empathy and understanding to the people before us who maybe have brought trauma on us, our own family members who experienced the treachery that happened not that long ago. Affects us in a lot of really weird ways, whether that's substance abuse or sexual abuse, verbal, all the things. And I think just talking to your elders, talking to your family members about their past and their history can bring an understanding for yourself and why things are the way that they are. I'm really happy to see everybody here today.
At Wrangell, after we all arrived, they would invite the local churches from the town to come out, and we all got divvied up at the school. And so there was only 3 or 4 churches in Wrangell, so they did try their best to accommodate children who had parents that had gone to the church that was available there. But in the case they didn't, they just arbitrarily put us in another church for our religious studies. And my younger brother and I was arbitrarily assigned to the Southern Baptist Church. And I've never been the same since. I just couldn't help myself. Y'all go pray now here.
Do we have any more questions or comments? We'll take a couple more before we move along with our agenda. I know I hate to cut it short with the question or comments, but we got, in sake of time, lunch is ready, and we're going to just take a couple more, and we have more on the agenda before we eat lunch.
Hey, thank you. I just really am always grateful to see you guys and being a presence. I want to thank you again for being up here and sharing your knowledge. I just had something to add. So the state of Alaska operates a couple different museums, and one of the museums that the state of Alaska operates is the Sheldon Jackson Museum. And so right now there's an opportunity, they're trying to take in information, and there's a survey, and I don't think they're completely telling the whole story. I may be wrong, but right now they're asking for people's comments on how to better tell the story of Alaska history. And I think having that opportunity, hopefully it's handled in the best way possible, and maybe they are actually accepting guidance, may be a good opportunity for them to somehow be more honest.
Thank you. In fact, if Sheldon Jackson, where that museum is held in Sitka, the truth would be if they put those words across the entryway that Sheldon Jackson wrote. We are going to educate the savages. Those are his words, written words. We are going to educate the savages, and we'll send the best and brightest to boarding school. Now, if you want truth, there it is.
I think we have time for one more question or comment. Is there anybody else?
So part of my healing journey has been to learn as much as I can about the history, listening to our elders, reading it. You know, I try to find as much as I can to read. I was telling my husband the other day, you know, when I was in high school, I hated history. It was because we weren't learning our history. And that's one of the things that I hope that we can start to push for, is to get our history into the schools, so that we're teaching our young folks where we came from and who they are. Because, like I said, part of my healing journey was I felt empty inside, and I needed something. There was something missing there. I joined our Native dance group, and that's where my healing started, was learning how, you know, learning some of the songs and stuff. But listening to elders that have been through have experienced this, listening and reading as much as I can to learn more about, you know, the first time that I really thought about the historical trauma was relating, you know, and I have to relate a lot of this stuff to my own family, to think about what my family went through and feel those feelings of some of that. And the first time that I ever really felt that was, you know, when the indigenous people were taken off the islands down in Unalaska area. My mother-in-law was part of that, and thinking about what she had gone through broke my heart, you know, to think of all the things that, and I've read about some of that, and to think that there was a government, you know, miles away from there. Our government had foreigners that they were protecting, but yet these people, these Native people down in Funter Bay, were suffering and going through a hardship. You know, we have to learn these kind of things. You know, we don't talk about them unless we're in conferences like this. And it would be great to be able to have, you know, once a month, having these opportunities to come and heal together, and to have these hard conversations. Thank you.
We're going to keep our elders up here for this next part, and I'll ask Dr. Teresa Avavak to come up and join us.
So we have a gift for you all four of you. We're so lucky to have you here. I don't know. I mean, I think everybody in this room has that sense of how lucky we are to hear from you, but I just want to emphasize how lucky we are to hear from all of you. So as I get older, this is this is my goal. When kids come around me or when other adults are in my presence, I want them to feel how I feel around you. I want them to feel safe. I want them to feel seen. I don't want them to feel disrespected. I just want to bring a few of the things from yesterday together from what you said. So that internalized oppression that EJ David talked about, the way that some of us deal with all of this trauma is we want other people to have the sense that we have total control over them. And that those boarding school dynamics are in our personal relationships, in our homes and in our workplaces. And the way that we use power, I want to encourage all of us to look at that. I'm still youngish, so I could be a little scrappy. So I don't, if you come here to be exploitive, or if you're hurting someone in this community, like we're watching, we see it. So as I grow older and I'm an elder, I can act with love, and I still do that sometimes, but I need to work on that. But I wanted to give you this gift because it is not easy, I think, it's not easy for us to embody what you guys have embodied, and we're all still surviving this boarding school era. So I just want to honor you, and I don't know if Lovely wants to come up, but Nick Hayano's mom is here, and I want to thank you for having Nick. He's an incredible artist, and he made these bracelets. So we want to give this to you, and I'll let you ladies choose. Ladies need to choose. They need to see which ones fit. So I'll let you guys choose these bracelets, and after you choose your bracelets, Teresa John is gonna share a few things about, just uplift us a little bit, share a little bit of who we are before the boarding schools ever happened.
Choose.
Yeah, you pick one. You just pick.
Ay papikan ya, ay papikaka.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Aling kuya nakpas. Kuya na. Kuya yuguluk isu kut kangat kanak tagalkit kunamk. I would like to thank the elders for their amazing presentation this morning. And I am going to keep this bracelet to remind me about this wonderful, beautiful event that we have today. And and so they have asked me to speak a little bit. I don't want to take your lunch hour, but I will say a few things. First of all, I am happy to see young people here today too. Kuya nakfas. First of all, hui ngayuh tunakafgawa. Nunakaw ya kamiungulo kaluyani. Amauka nalugaral regushuyupitun. Apakahwa kunguhkan kuk usugan su mauguluh kahwa angayin kuk piyuksu. Atakahwa kangil ngokana kahwa anguya lukhui ngahwa yuhtu nakafgaulo. It is very important, like they said earlier, to introduce ourselves in a traditional manner. That is very, very important. I saw my great-grandmother. She was alive. Her name was Nalugagalga. The translations for my grandparents, you pick a name. Kunguhkak means the future grave. These names are old, old, old ancestral names. They didn't explain to us how that became our kinship name. And Aipa Usugan. And then my grandmother's name, one of them is Piyuk, the one that travels, walks forward all the time. And the other one was Angayik. And my father's name, it means the endless. Kangilngok. Kangak is the end, right? Kangilngok meaning he didn't have an ending. It makes me think that maybe his spirit of that namesake continuously traveled or went forward. And my mother's name is beautiful, Anguya. Anguya looked a great warrior. You know, in Yuhtun society, our names have no gender. There is no man's name, there is no women's name. Because we're all human. It's like what I said yesterday. There is no other being, either human or non-human being on this earth but us. That's a beautiful teaching because it makes us believe that we are equal. We are equal to one another. There's no relationship about like, oh, they're different. In modern life, that is the way it is, though, because they ask us to think about our own self. Very much the opposite of indigenous worldview, indigenous ways of knowing, indigenous ways of learning about who we are, how we know who we are, and where we come from. And like yesterday, I talked about the importance of identity. That's what I wanted to talk about this morning, just briefly. Identity is very important. Yesterday I said we're all named after our ancestors' names. Tamamta, Jiuleruluta, Jiulertangatangkluda. It's a beautiful concept because it's building that connection, it's building that relationality, and it's building that reciprocity in the spiritual realm of our worldview. We became aware of life, consciousness, realizing that we have this beautiful opportunity to share this earth together with human and non-human beings that have a spirit. And how do we know that? Those are the learning tools, construction of knowledge system in our indigenous worldview that teach us to understand clearly where we come from, clearly who we are, clearly that we are important, every one of us in this world. And we have this great opportunity to bring back the spirits of our ancestors. We believe in immortality. We never die, right? There's no death in our reality. Yes, we change forms. Yes, we die, but that's a ceremony by itself. Because we're not dying, we're transitioning. We're moving from that form of life to another form of life. So when the little children, the babies are born, they go into the baby's worldview to come back. And that's a beautiful concept because that means that we keep our spirit world alive together. And when we gather together like this, as our ancestors taught us, we are here for the purpose and reason. When my father was alive, Chief Paul John of ABCP, he used to tell me, when you're asked to be present, those people are not the ones that are asking you. It's the Creator, it's the ancestors that are asking you to be part of that process. And our ancestors taught us about Tanghaskina. Now, what does that big word mean? What it means is when a community plans an event like this, just go there. Just join them even though you feel you don't have something to offer. That's part of humanity. Yuyagaput, our way of being, our way of knowing, our way of learning, our way of knowledging, our way of sharing stories, our way of singing, our way of dancing, our way of connecting relationship, our way of understanding. Ilaklin, you good. Yes, we are related. All of us. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Say, ilakukut, ilakukut, ilakukut. We are related. Look at somebody next to you and say, ilakukut, ilakukut. We are related. What a beautiful concept. All humanities are related. And that's the beauty of our ancestors that taught us about living, spirituality, the concept that we are together, the concept that we have to work together, the concept that we have to learn together, and we have to share what we have. And so I wanted to add that on a little bit before we eat, because ilakucharak, the way of kinship, the way of relating, the way of being related to one another, is the key to build that connection, unite us and make us powerful people. Just like what I said, our language is our power. That means that if we work together, that's very important. We have to work together. If we work together to learn our language, to learn our songs, to learn our stories, to learn our healing methods, to learn our ways of understanding who we are, where we are, and why we're here together. Our ancestors are with us today. We cannot see them, we can feel them, because they're there for us to reconnect with them. They're there for us to acknowledge them and say, Kuyana, Kuyana, Gnkamti, Kuyana, Ilakluda, Nakhanauch, good. Thank you very much.
All right, before we start eating lunch, we asked Mike to share a song with us. Currently, we have our youth serving the elders, so our elders can just stay seated if you'd like, and we can serve you. But before we get started on lunch, we're going to have them share a song.
Beautiful, beautiful words spoken. So we're just going to share this song. This song is a song that was given to our people for forgiveness, and we sing this song when things are going on, and so we're going to sing this song. Ooh.
I just want to share, in our way in California, you're going to learn a little bit something today. After a song or after a prayer song, the way we acknowledge that in our way is we say, oh. Can everybody say, oh? Oh, that feels like home.
Kuyana Chuknuk for sharing your songs and bringing your ancestors and people here with us to join us. Currently they're serving the elders, and then after they serve the elders, you guys are more than welcome to line up for lunch, and then after lunch we will continue on with this conference. Enjoy lunch, guys. Once, twice, 3 times, you're out. So yeah, you do have to be present to win some door prizes. Next is a berry bucket with some swag in it. Do I need to get closer? So I believe this is Barbara Nunn. Barbara Nunn. Over here. Amber. All right, next is a water bottle. Kaylee Mize? M-I-Z-E? Mize. Awesome. All right, our last one until later on is another berry bucket. Elena Elena Jakes. Before our next panel takes the stage, I'm going to introduce Terry, and he will come and talk to you guys for a bit. Please welcome Terry.
My name is Terry Mann, and I'm originally from Cocknock. I live here in Dillingham now. I'm sorry, you have to bear with me. I just getting done with fishing, and I am trying. I have not been thinking about this or trying. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to talk about this. So I'm gonna read you something I wrote, and it's just kind of like a testimony of something that happened to me pretty recently. I have a daughter in heaven. And I've been in a hell ever since. Oh, she was an honor graduate. She's on her way to college, and I lost her at the pinnacle of my pride for her. 12 days after she graduated from high school. 10 days after her 18th birthday. She was due to start an internship the next day. All of my blood, sweat, and tears, all of my investment of love and hope for her. She is the sweetest person I've ever known. Oh. Always getting gifts for her siblings and for us. Always writing the best birthday notes. And now it's over. It's all gone. And she was gone in an instant. As I found her sitting unconscious in our car after what was supposed to be a 45-minute ride, my worst nightmare became a reality, something I couldn't imagine. I tried to save her. I found her with a piece of ash-filled tinfoil, which turned out to be fentanyl. It was called the Happy Blue Pill. What marketing? Marketing literal death. I performed life-saving measures, and I can still smell and taste the drug. I can smell it on other people when I'm near them that I'm sure use it. I hadn't a clue she was using drugs. I thought maybe she got into an accident as I raced around town looking on the side of roads and such. I'm still in shock. I was with her. I held her hand at her funeral. I was the one to lock the casket. I helped bury her. And I still, even with my own eyes and with all my senses, don't believe it. She is my Delana Lane man. She always will be. I carry her with me, and in death, she still carries me. I have a daughter in heaven, and I've been in hell ever since. We need help in our communities. We need to support each other. We are in dire need of behavioral health services. We are in need of a trained drug specialist, law enforcement. Barriers need to be removed. Waiting lists need to be removed. A child in need or an adult should not be told it's about a 2-month waiting list to make sure you qualify. People seeking help and treatment and affliction shouldn't have to fill out Medicaid papers or long applications, for they're not themselves and they need the help to be functional enough to do so. Parents, children, grandparents, anyone who cares or needs education about the overflowing dangers of drugs and alcohol in our communities. I feel like there's just has not been enough outreach or enough things told about it. I really didn't know about it until after this happened. We're dying so fast, and the constant bombardment of these issues are causing numbness. It's happening over and over again, and there's no time to process. There's no time to rest. It's time to change or watch preventable deaths and misery become the norm. It's time to take a stand for our loved ones and ourselves and for what's right. And anytime that I feel like I can do a testimony for my daughter and to help other people, if they can help, that's something that I would like to do. And I would like to help spread awareness, education, and figure out a way to combat this, because it's going to take every aspect of community, not just law enforcement, not just behavioral health or the hospital. It takes all of us, neighbors, friends, and family. It's too overwhelming, and it's been let go for too long, I feel like. And Tiffany gave me a chance to come and speak up here, and I've been really busy, but I feel like I want to do my part to help preserve future lives and do this in the memory of my daughter. And we did start a group this winter, and we hope to start monthly meetings and talk about ways to help prevent some of the drug issues, and also talk about our stories and a way to help with having some action in it, and not just being for ourselves, but for everyone. We all need this, and we're all a community, and we all need to help each other. And I never ever want to see this happen to anyone. Thank you.
Kuyana Chuknuk, for sharing your testimony. I know that's hard to share a testimony. And I thank you for your braveness and for sharing, and your love for the community to make sure that this doesn't happen again. Kuyana Chuknuk, from the bottom of my heart. Before we move on to our next panel, I'd like to share a blessing song that was composed by my uncle John Pingayak. In memory of your daughter Delana, and also all the people that aren't here today. If we all can please stand. If we can remain standing and just have a moment of silence. And please remove your hats if you're wearing any hats. Guyana.
So loud. One of the reasons that we were all able to be here today is Lori and Coco. They helped us get the funding to have this gathering this year. And so I would like to stomp our feet, clap our hands, really koyana chuknuk them extra hard. And they're going to share some teachings with us, some information, education, some love. What else? What else are you guys going to share? Some laughs. Come on up.
All right, that's for the people at home. Thank you for bearing with us. They're saying, what's going on over there in Dillingham?
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. Daya Wachinaga, Hafade, Amba Washde, Chazemitawa, Inisahumaki, Makiapi, Tobeka Wakba, Nwati. Hello, everyone. It's such an honor to be here on the ancestral homelands in this beautiful community with all of you. I'll have Lori introduce herself too.
Okay, netanako aste neki ki amspak pikaniaki ki nuswitabiaki ki kamapoisa nexaki ki kinaksak emadaaki. We had a short conversation with Quentin about dogs, and I heard dogs. We heard a dog out there. So one of the things about, so my English name, my legal name, on this side of the border in the US, I have another one in Canada because that's where one of my relatives came from. But you can call me Lori, or my traditional name is Astenekiwa. And that's, you know, they said long, long time ago, that's an ancestral name that just, we have something in common. It has no gender because its origin is a warrior. But it was passed down through my grandmother to me. And before I was registered, like for the official in the courthouse, stuff like that, my grandparents gave me that name. So that's my first name. And then the other one, my parents had to put something down there, and they said, okay, Lorianne. Anyway.
But if she wins a door prize, she's going to be Lucky Lori. So.
Yeah, my ticket, I'm just calling out my ticket to rise to the top of that sacred vessel because I put Lucky Lori on it. So I'm just out of it.
So today we're coming here from the American Indian Cancer Foundation really to talk about creating connections, which you'll see on our logo, but we're here because of tobacco. Tobacco has connected us, and for many of us, tobacco is something that was gifted by the Creator, and we use it to honor. And so if you guys have seen our medallions here, this is actually our project logo. We carry tobacco, we hold tobacco, we grow tobacco, we plant tobacco, we honor tobacco. And for many of us, when we begin our day day, we make an offering of tobacco, and that's really how we get started in a good way. And so we wanted to do an offering for being invited to be a part of this gathering today. And we have a young person, Jordan, we asked to help us out here. But first we would like to ask the planning committee to come up. We just have a small gift of appreciation. Okay.
Cindy. Cindy, if you're in the hallway, come back in. If you're on the planning committee. Planning committee, please come and show your body, your ancestor's face. Come up to the front. Evelyn, Janine, Julene. Okay. Julene, please enter the room. That's okay, whoever's here. This is what happens, you know, often, sometimes we know they're here just by saying their names. So all the good energy came into this event, the planning committee. Clarissa, and they'll take this. So I think this is, maybe we just say what medicine is. Okay, so when we say medicine, I don't mean 600 milligrams of ibuprofen, generic brand. We don't mean that. We mean there's, for our word, or people have a word usually, so I don't know what your all word is, but you have language speakers here. Maybe in Jordan's generation, it'll become common to say it. But for my people is Sa'ami. Sa'ami. That means holy. And some of our teachings are that the earth is our medicine. And really, we're going to talk about, for my people, Stakan, Chinchasha, the other names of the medicine, the holy plants that come from the earth, that sometimes people know them as tobacco or tobacco. You know, remember that guy Columbus was lost, right? Right, he was lost, right? So this is my reread of history. Where's the museum guy? I'm free for interviews also. So, but when he came to the Tiano people who were indigenous, their word was tobacco. So even if you don't know, you'll hear us use a lot of names, because names are belonging, their acknowledgement, and their connection. So when we gifted sweetgrass, that grows where we're both from, but it grows differently depending on where. But that is one of our smudges. That is the thing that is given that everybody is touched by when you light it. That's a smudge. But there are teachings that are different from tribe to tribe about that, or from nation to nation. So when we use the word medicine in our presentation, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the sacred earth medicines that have their own power. We heard power and authority. Well, they have their own power and authority. And they've chosen us as humans through relationship to help us out. So, because that English word medicine can mean many different things.
All right, so we had like the old, you know, like the PowerPoints, and mostly we just wanted to show you guys pictures. But what we've been seeing here in the community, you all are medicine, all those stories and words, and again, we wanted to honor the medicine and the teachings. So the first person we also wanted to call up, and I don't know if I'm saying their name right, Neela, she is just like a young baby elder. She's been gifting and making sure everybody is getting that beautiful tea and nourishing us in the medicine. So, oh, she's making the tea. If we can have Neela come up. And if we could just honor her with all the love. So we wanted to wrap her in some fabric that hopefully one day she'll create, make a gusbuck or whatever you want to do. But we just thank you and honor you for the beautiful wisdom and medicine that you are in this room with us. So can we give it up for her one more time? Give her all the love. All right. Thank you.
This is the bias.
And then again, honoring the medicine, we were talking with Amber this morning, and she was showing us her beautiful gusbucks, and her hope and dream is to be able to make all of the dancers. So we wanted to have you come up here and offer this fabric for you in the community. Start putting in your order. Yes.
We're just going to show it out. Oh, my, this is from our cousin. This is from our cousin Joanne.
Everybody's cousin.
She's an all-around cousin in Native country. Ipinia, the butterfly. It's on now. And this is how strong our Plains blood is. Coco brought this fabric without me knowing about it, but I have this same one at home.
Thank you, Amber. Next, if we can have Jordan come help us up here. We wanted to honor the beautiful elders, Teresa, Liz, Susan, and Jim, for just all your words and all the love and just everything that you've given us. It's just, it's truly been an honor, so we wanted to gift those to you, and Jordan is helping us.
We're
gonna give him this, we're gonna give Jim, I love how you guys are all just like choosing and sharing. That's awesome. And then, you know, another young, amazing person we've just also been observing is Jordan. We've been watching him singing and dancing, and so we just want to gift you one of our sweaters here that has our project logo, and just thank you for being such an amazing young person. All right, I know y'all see some of these gifts up here. So these are door prizes, so pay attention. No, I'm just kidding. They're gonna be a pop quiz. So Lori and I, we've been doing this work for over 20 years together. We met at a conference called Many Voices, One Message in Idaho, and I remember the very first day I met her and her sister Theta. We were in this escalator at the casino, and they just had this beautiful presence about them. And little did I know how much they would change my life, how much the tobacco would change my life. Growing up, my dad is from the island of Guahan, so whenever I'm by the ocean, I just feel so happy because that's where half of me is from. And then my mom, I'm enrolled in Mandan Hidatsa Rikra Nation in North Dakota, but I reside on the Fort Peck Reservation in northeastern Montana. So if you drive 6 hours, the speed limit, west, you'll get to where Lori is at. But you know, when you talk and you put those words, you got to be careful what you say, because that's what an elder told me. Be careful what you say out in front of the sun, because you never know what's going to happen. You never know. And when I started learning about our traditional medicines, I made this vow that I wanted to honor our medicines, honor our way of life, honor our culture. And I hoped to always get access and do it in a good way, in a loving way. And so in the 20 years since I met these beautiful people, that's been this journey. And I'm a mom of 4, so if you guys are on my social media, all you're gonna see is my kiddos because they're my whole world. But listen to those babies, because they are as much our teachers as everybody else. All that they're talking about, all that's around us. And I just wanted to share a story about how powerful the tobacco is. So where Lori and I come from, we're the Buffalo people. There's a lot of buffalo, and there was a moment in time that happened where we got the pre-colonial contact, the genetically pure bison from Yellowstone National Park. They were returned home back to our community. And my little guy, he's 12 now, but at the time he was 4, and his brother and sister were getting to go see the buffalo, and he couldn't say buffalo. He's like, I want to go see the buffalo. And I was like, okay, let's go. I didn't have a meeting till later, so I was like, let's drive up there. And if you guys know, Montana is very rural. I live in the plains, Lori lives in the mountains, and it's very up and down. You need a 4x4 to get anywhere, really, probably similar to here. And at the time, I was cruising a minivan, so I didn't have that. But we made it out. It was like 30 miles out of town. We found the school buses. We went there, and they were having a cultural camp, and they had all of these stations and learning about, the different parts of the buffalo, learning their uses, learning the teachings. But I had to get back to town because I had to get to a meeting. And, my little guy, he was like, Mom, where's the buffalo? I really want to see the buffalo. And I was like, okay, baby, well, maybe next time, right? We'll see them. And as we're driving out, we get lost. And I was like, oh boy, GPS doesn't work out here. And all of a sudden, we end up right in the middle of all of the buffalo. And they were all resting when we got there. And then when my van got there, they all stood up. My human nature took kind of like, whoo, this buffalo can take out my minivan, But we took a breath, and my little guy, he's like, let's make our offering. So we made our offering of our tobacco, and we said a prayer. And then pretty soon, the big buffalo, we looked at each other, and he laid down. And then pretty soon, all the buffalo around him, they laid down. And so I think of that moment, I think of what we were taught to make that offering. I think of that beautiful little spirit who is so determined to see the buffalo, right? That connection. And so, we made our offering, we left, we kind of laughed, we found our way out, we got lost a little bit, but all things are connected. And I just think that's so important, being wherever you are. Like Dr. Teresa John was saying yesterday, everything has that spirit and how we're connected. And so I just wanted to share that quick little story because I've just been thinking of my babies. If you guys see me looking at my phone a lot, my 6-year-old knows how to FaceTime, so she's calling every 20 minutes. And I'm like, I don't have a signal, but that's that connection. So I'm gonna turn it over to Lori here.
There's 4 mics. No. Okay. Now I don't want that one to screech. So we do have that, right? And that sometimes in a conference, I think that one of the things I've appreciated about all of you and everybody that has come in the flexibility, that's my favorite word for the future. That's a word of hope, is flexibility. Because we heard about historical trauma is a lot about being rigid. It's about being the Indian in the box. Rigid. And so to be flexible also is an act of self-compassion. And conferences are changing, and we kind of were microwaved because of the pandemic into change. Conferences are changing, so they're not just gatherings of people who are employed. And communities are changing and healing. So flexibility is a good English word. Because some of those English words are not very good, right? They're not very good. So, and then the other one, the other healing word so I carry this. This is how also tobacco works, or pistakan, the indigenous grown or grown for the true purpose. Our traditions are older than the state of Alaska. Our traditions are older than the United States of America, or Canada, or England. You know, the Queen. I don't know if we need, how many queens we need, but you know, that the Queen is like on everything, like, because half my people are in Canada. The imaginary line took us apart, like the Getchwin, the Athabascans. That same imaginary line, or the Tlingit, they severed. They tried to sever in our mind, because there's not a line on the 49th parallel. Someone didn't take a Sharpie or chalk and draw a line. It's imaginary. And I think yesterday Eric was talking about how in your mind, and Tim with those magic glasses, that you could still see in case somebody was, what I learned from Teresa and Margie, right? You gotta look over your back, right? So Tim's glasses have that. You could look over your back at the clinic, you know, check your back, right? So this tobacco is older than all of those imaginary things, those containments, the schools. It's the first medicine, but it was gifted to my people, and our word is Pisachkan. And so we translated it because that's also the world we're in now. We translate, we do our best. So I asked, I'm fortunate, I'm blessed. I have a lot of elders in my family. I have people, one thing about my people, we'll talk. We're storytellers. And so I asked my older relatives, could you help me so I could also reintroduce that word back? So Pistakan. So now we are at the point where all the words that are relatives of that word, the actions of being indigenized. So we've re-indigenized our communities, because that was only, this is the closest translation that they came to. The chief head sacred offering for the Creator. And tobacco came to us through the animal spirits that exist in the water. And it came as seeds that they had carried. But tobacco in and of itself is holy. It already knew what it was doing. And it's older than any concept, because it's older than some humans. And so we formed relationship with it, and it was given to us so that we are our best. We have a challenge. We put out tobacco. And it was also came with ceremonies and with teachings, and both what Coco and I, we could share to our comfort level. And it was, for my people, Akwiniman or Chanupa, or Akwiniman is a sacred pipe. And so it has another relative that was given to us that is in our ancient stories about how we regather and come back and be the best human being we can. And we behave in all with good relationship in all of the universe. So that's from the water, the land, to other humans. And so it's also, it helps you form that same sacred relationship with other humans. But I think something we have in common, there was change. So it was taken by Columbus and off to Europe and off to all where they colonized. That's how the Maoris got it. That's where the other indigenous people along the trade routes from the Dutch and from the Spanish and the English around the globe. They commercialized it for profit. So their intention was to make money and as they colonized. So it was colonized around the world, and it was forced on people. It became part of trades. It became part of, for our, like the stories this morning, it became part of the boarding school rations. It became part of the military's rations along with food. So by the time it came to your people, it was a trade item of colonization. And so we want to talk, we know that history, but the beauty and the strength of traditional indigenous tobacco is how we clear the path to the future. And I had a teacher, he's in, I was taught, no Indian, we all go to heaven. And there's a place. And that's where one of my teachers is. But he listens, the ancestors listen. They're here because you're here in this room. And in that knowing that they help us. So they told stories. His grandmother, who lived to be 108 when he was a little boy, she told him, there's a long story, but you will have to reach, like, don't be afraid. You will have to reach in faith to find the future. And that's really one of the many, many wonderful things that tobacco does. So for our people, we're taught, like, I've got requests from other tribes, elders, when you're at water, offer tobacco to the water and pray for it that it returns to its goodness. So we have a person that, so I thought about this because I looked at the forecast. One of the things I do so that I'm safe when it changes from winter to spring, I make an offering to where the original tobacco seeds came from for my safety to walk into, no matter where I'm set, where I go, so I walk in safety to the winter. So through any waters, I'm protected. And I've had those near brushes in my life where I was almost taken by the ocean, almost taken in a river. But I'm here. So when we're going, we have a bunch of beautiful pictures. We want to share, because one of the things is we're usually like, oh. Well, we're gonna, yeah.
No, we're just gonna. This slide is just a video. We can definitely, it'll be online, but this is a tobacco song that was sung by a lot of young people at the National Tribal Tobacco Conference. So we'll definitely share that later, but that's important. Tim, it was actually in your language. It's in Anishinaabe, the Nigani song. So it is a gift to all of us. If you guys do want to learn the tobacco song, we can definitely get that over to you all. So this is just, we gotta say, American Indian Cancer Foundation, our whole focus is healing with culture and reclaiming indigenous health. And that's exactly what everybody in this room is doing today. So here's some pictures, like Lori was talking about, but this is a tobacco plant that was actually grown outside the Sacred Circle Healthcare in Salt Lake City, Utah, of the Confederated Tribes of the Goshu. And you'll see some more pictures here of them. This is, yeah, we're gonna just skip. Yes, so these are, so just like Tiffany and Amber said, this project is called the Circle of Cultures, where we're working with different tribal nations, focusing on reclaiming, medicines and wellness in their community. So this is our fourth site visit. This one is from the Sistine Waptin Oyate in Sistine, South Dakota. And you see Dr. Sherry Johnson there actually growing some of their medicine. So like Lori said, her medicine is pastachan. And in our community, it's shanshasha, which is the inner bark of the red willow bush. And we're only allowed to grow that when the first frost happens. And then we aren't allowed to pick it once we hear the first thunders. So we really have to pay attention to our seasons. And so that's part of their project, is really reclaiming that and working with their young people. This next one is the Sacred Circle Healthcare. So how many people have been to downtown Salt Lake City, Utah? It's in the middle of, yeah, and then there's all these big buildings, but this community has hundreds of tobacco plants growing right there in their parking lot structure that they share with the Mexican consulate as well as U.S. Immigration. And so it's pretty cool to see, and they have all these beautiful traditional tobacco signage, but that's how they're reclaiming in an urban area. And then just the video is one of them singing a flute song. And then here, where Mike talked about earlier, the Healing Together conference, we utilized the Gathering of Native Americans format that Lori's sister Theta has been one of the writers. And at the end of it, right, it's collaboration, it's honoring, it's doing things in a beautiful way. And Lori can express that. But we have one of the little dancers from Mike's group, because, I mean, the babies, the kids, they're just so cute, right? They're the medicine, being out on the water, doing things in a circle. And, you know, wellness looks different. Going back on the land, that's so important. We encourage people in the middle, like when everybody's dealing with some stuff, go make an offering, whatever that means to you. You know, if you want to offer water, whatever your medicines are, go be on the land, take your shoes off. I know it gets a little cold like it does here in Montana, so be careful. But these are just examples of what wellness in collaboration look like. And then another event that we want to invite you all, Amber actually presented at this conference in June in Minneapolis. It's the National Tribal Tobacco Conference that it's reclaiming and restoring traditional tobacco in today's world. And we had youth open it up. They did theater. They actually created all their own poems, their songs, and they performed it. And that's so important. Like we were saying, all of these young people in the room, they need to be a part of it because they are the medicine. And so maybe we'll see you all again at, you know, in 2026, we encourage you all to come and hang out with us. Is there any more? Okay, this is a song, but we can end with that in a little bit. But this is just some of the highlights of our work. Lori and I, we have been blessed to be able to travel across the country. We even got to go to Aotearoa together to talk about the medicines, to honor the medicines. And that's really what it's been about, is just ensuring that we're continuing in a good way. And even today, our brother over here, Tony, just gifted us some beautiful traditional tobacco from his community. And so that was a gift. That tobacco, it carries us all. And we know that for many of our people, when the rations, when we weren't allowed to use our medicine out in the open until 1978, when the American Religious Freedom Act happened, we were forbidden, right? Isn't that crazy? But we were allowed to have cigarettes and all these other things. And so a lot of our relatives carried the cigarettes for the tobacco to be able to still pray with it. And that's, you know, that's part of healing. And one of our goals has to create access. I'm brain tongue, but is creating access to traditional tobacco. And so we have seeds that were gifted to us from the Haudenosaunee people for people to start growing tobacco if they want to use it in a cultural, ceremonial way. This medicine, we hope that you guys can even just breathe it in because it's so good. And then tomorrow we will also, if you want to learn or just even get tobacco for your first time to make tobacco ties, we're going to have some of that tomorrow morning if you guys want to come do that. Because even if you're not using tobacco traditionally, we want everybody to honor the original intention that it was a gift from the Creator, because that's our hope, right? That none of our relatives will be suffering from anything that we don't need to suffer from. We are working towards our healing journey. We want to be thriving. We want to be those healthy ancestors. Or as Gene Tagaman likes to say, he's like, we're going to be those ancestors, right? So we wanted to also take some time for some door prizes. So Laura, do you want to ask a fun question?
Actually, Tony, Anthony, this is how you say, will you please come here, my relative? Book support. You are. So one of our project is committed to hearing and learning other people's words for what they call their tobacco. So we said pistacha, right? And I have, in this bag is another relative, another tobacco relative. So over 67 relatives, and they're all called tobacco, live in the North American hemisphere. So they're not all planted in a garden. They're not, some of them live at the land. They're collected where they live. And so he's kind of like a shoo-in for a prize, because he's going to share his word and describe your gift that you bestowed on us this morning.
Oh, Creator has a beautiful way of putting you under the spotlight. So I gathered this tobacco from our place in Lake County, we call it, and that we are the Hamfo people, the water people. And my wife and I were from the villages on the eastern side of Mount Kanaktai, or Konokatai in our language. It means the two beautiful women mountain. And this tobacco here we call in our language tomkwa. Tomkwa. To is your neck or your throat. Kwa is food. So it's food for your spirit, food for your throat. And we don't burn this tobacco for pleasure. We only burn and smoke this tobacco during ceremony, for baby naming ceremonies, for weddings, for naming ceremonies, for adults, for funerals, or any type of ceremony inside our ceremonial roundhouse. We don't smoke tobacco in our current roundhouse, any type of commercial tobacco at all, only for ceremony. But we also gather this tobacco only in the time that Creator provides it. Creator provides this tobacco for us. We don't replant it, we don't grow it, we don't have to where it's from. And we always smoke and have a certain ceremony before we do any food gathering for the year. Before we do any dancing for the year, we gather this tobacco in the springtime when it's ready. And then we smoke that. Now, when we smoke it, everybody in the table will gather. And we sing a special, beautiful tobacco song. And then everybody will smoke the tobacco, even the babies. And sometimes the babies don't know to so they just put it in up against their lip. We just put the pipe. Kabekwa is the name of the pipe. And then when they smoke it, if you smoke that tobacco, then you tell everybody what you're grateful for that year and what your prayers are for that year. So everybody gets a chance. And then we do our ceremonies. But this tobacco here that I gifted, I personally picked this tobacco from our territory in Lake County, California. So thank you for allowing me to share that. Amail boshtotzit, amail chenekrekitsit, yahake tomkwa chenekitsit. This tobacco may offer you prayers for all of you and for you especially. Thank you.
So we were the catch-up. You know, in baseball, you guys know that real slow sport? Okay. You know how they had the pinch hitters? We became the pinch hitters of this conference, so we're gonna tie this thing up because Is there anybody here that hasn't ever seen a TikTok or Instagram or Facebook, or as one of our elders called it, book face post? Is there anybody breathing of the living generation that has not seen this? Okay, so there's actually a website which ACAF has created called traditionaltobacco.org. So it will have numerous, you'll see over, so if there's 67 varieties of tobacco in the Americas, and it's known by all the tribes that use it as central to their culture. But also, we've had people from this territory come and attend our ceremonies in the lower 48 because they're also asking for prayers for their relatives. And so I think that's really, for Indigenous people, collaboration is really relationship, commitment to all of our healing. So we really would like to honor the planning committee, had a vision for this conference, and we're a part of it. But how many prizes we got? What's that song? 1 little, 2 little, 3 little, 4, 5 prizes. Okay, how many? Okay, so we're gonna I'm gonna find out is it anybody's birthday this month? Come up if it's your birthday this month. Yeah, our 3 relatives, come on now. Autumn, 5. Happy birthday to you. Yep, we'll let them, no elbowing, or we're gonna have to do arm wrestling as a gift off. Look, they're shopping, a gift, come on, you run, this is what we do our thing. You get a gift and you throw it all up like this and that's the tech guys. Okay, so those are the birthday people. Okay. Okay, now there's 3. Okay, so I want 3 men over the age of 35. I know you're in this room and you've been pretty quiet, but over 35, 3 men. There's 1, 2, 3. Please, brothers, come up and help us out. Gray ball cap or no? You look young. Will? I know you're 19, but that was a previous life. Over 35 means you're more than 35 winters. Because one of my tobacco prayers, which you can learn more about how you make a tobacco offering or tobacco tie or how you use tobacco as a medicine, will be around, the rest of the conference. But one of my prayers that I'll share with you is that we grow elders. That all of you in this room live many, many, many winters. That's my prayer. So I put down, if I have a prayer, I put down tobacco. I leave home, I leave the security of all my cousins in the Rocky Mountains, I put down tobacco. So it's gotten me here to Dillingham, and part of my prayer in that tobacco is that I return home safe. When I lost my way as a younger person, I was by myself. I put down tobacco, and a teacher and a way forward appeared. That's how I've always gotten help. Overcome hardship, learn to celebrate, learn to, reach your full best Indianness or Indigenous people. So as we want to honor, because there's going to be a panel of your relative to share their wisdom of their healing journey. but we also need a break. Who needs a break? Because at lunch might be doing something, right? Okay, so thank you so much, and I'll let Coco close it off.
Yes, so we just want to say Pinamia Sidus Masi for your time, and when you leave here, think about these medicines, and what we all encourage you is when you get outside and take a breath, just one beautiful word that you want to put into the world, because ancestors are listening, all the land is listening, so we encourage you all to do that. So thank you.
Is it on? Oh, okay. I'm just not tall enough to see the light. Okay, before you guys sit down, we
sounded like thunder.
Yeah. we wanted to give you this. You guys are gonna have to choose which ones you want. I would like to say just a few things. So, Lori and Theta both have, where's Cody? What's the Yupik word? What's the Yupik word for, or the Chupik word, don't be stingy? How do you say? Unuch Yakuna. So, Unuch Yakunak. Oh, Kunugla Yakuna. So, so both Lori and her sister Theta have taught me many things. Amber, lots of people, lots and lots of people. And there's been lots of times in doing this kind of work, organizing these sort of events, where it's just really, it's not very easy sometimes. And I've always had encouragement and just a lot of like good words from both of you and a lot of help. Sometimes it's visible and I can hear it, and sometimes I think it's unseen. And Coco, I've only known Coco a short time, but in that very short time that I've known her, I just want to tell you, you've already helped me be a better parent. So this is not about me, this is about you. But I watched you with my own kids, and I realized I need to be softer. I need to show them love more and in different ways. So I wanted to say Koyana Chuknak from the bottom of my heart to both of you. Thank you. Amber could explain it to you. So, yeah, thank you.
So my way.
Oh, no, we're on a break.
In my way, we do this.
Yeah. And then I think we'll just take a break.
Okay, before we give you guys a break, we're gonna do door prizes real quick. Okay, we can do the little baggie first. Oh no, Lucky Lori. The gifts just keep coming and coming. Berry picking bucket. Sonia Ayojak. A water bottle. AJ Knit. How do you say that? AJ. As you can tell, I'm not from here, so I don't really know how to say their last names or whatever those guys wrote on there. Okay. Jim LaBelle. All right, guys, I'll give you guys a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene at 3.
Okay, next on the agenda is the recovery panel, moderated by Tiffany Webb. So if we can have the recovery panel make their way up.
All right, the brave five. Let's see. Last year we had a panel where people were talking about their experience with recovery. And as we were doing the panel, I was getting like 100 text messages. And I had left my phone on the table, and I got back to the table, and everybody was like, ask them this, ask them this, ask them this question. And people wanted a little more time to hear from the panel, from people that were in recovery. And I know that it is not very easy to come up and talk about some of these things. And I feel like when you're in early recovery, it's even more challenging. So I promise you, if you cry, I'll be crying with you, because that's what happens. So that's okay if that's what happens. I'm gonna start with a few basic questions, and then I'm gonna let people in the room here ask some questions if they'd like to. But I would like you guys to, if you would, could you please say your name and let everyone know where you're from? And these will, so if they're both on, they might have feedback. Yeah. Or do you want Stevie to start? Sure, Stevie looks ready.
Hello, I'm Stevie Anguson, and I'm from Naknek, Alaska. I'm in recovery for about 6 years now, and I'm very, very honored to be here today.
Hello, my name is Justin Shield. I'm from Nome, that's where I grew up. And I've been sober since August 29th of 2022. And thank you for having me here, and it's a pleasure to be here.
I'm Annalie Cardy, and I'm from Dillingham, and I've been on my recovery journey for a little over a year.
Hi, there's going to be feedback. I'm Jennifer Robinette. I was born and raised in Anchor Point, Alaska, Homer, Alaska, and I'm in 8 years of recovery.
Wihin Keil, Koibak, Litinbak, Kashayabak, Kete Bodaisat in California. So my name is Keil in our language, from Ilem village in southeastern Pomo, they call it. It means meadowlark. And my grandmother gave me that name. My parents are Leah, and her bloodline comes from Ireland. And my father is Klee, and that name comes from that same village. And his mother is Ida, Heloime, and that's from Lower Lake where I live. She was born about a quarter of a mile away from where I live now, where I have a house. And my dad's father is from Round Valley. He's Pomo from Kashaya, and he's also Nome Lackey and Pit River. My mom's side, she's from, her original line comes from Palo Alto, California, but she also has relatives in Missouri where she lives now. So they're from Missouri, and it's an honor to be here. I surrendered to, my addiction, 2006. February 7th. So I'm going on 19 years.
We'll just have the one, so it's not, so you don't have to worry about it. So could each of you please talk about what recovery is? What is recovery? I think even after I've been in recovery for a while, I have a hard time answering that question. And we've lost a lot of people. We've lost a lot of people this year even, young people. And a lot of people want their life to be different, and they don't know how to get there. And I can remember hearing people share stories, and that's why I'm alive.
Okay, I'm going to back up just a little bit because I didn't get to introduce myself in the way that Liz Sunnyboy encouraged us to introduce ourselves. And so I'm the granddaughter of Harry and Daisy Barnes from Jolion, and Charles and Beulah Poindexter of Anchor Point. My mom and dad are Alan Grace Poindexter of Anchor Point, and I've got my Aipaka over there, Quentin Simeon, and I am the mother of 2 kids, Charles and Thelma, and I get to co-raise Quentin's kids with him, Ashlyn and Stormy and Emerson. So I'm really grateful to be here. I know that when I began my recovery journey, I wanted all the wellness right now. I mean, that feels like a part of addiction too. I want everything right here, right now. I want to be well. I want to speak my language all right now without the every second of the day of walking through the pain or the pleasure of learning those things. And so over the 8 years, it has been just a journey, and that's what it is. And so when I started out, it was 1 second at a time. And that's where it happens, is just right there in the breath. I started out drinking for fun, and along the way things happen in life, and I didn't know how to be honest. One of those triggering words for me is be nice, because to a girl, being nice is being told to say yes, whether you mean it or not. So if I hear the question, can you, I go yes. before I know what the whole question is, that's being nice. And kindness is my recovery word. Be kind, because with kindness I can be truthful, honest, but with compassion, and no is a full sentence. And so, you know, going down the road of not being honest with people around me, I didn't know what truth was inside of me. And so where I needed to start was just with one moment at a time. And drinking became a necessity, and I started waking up not wanting to wake up anymore. And I had 2 small kids. And, you know, when I was a kid, we were asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I wrote down a farmer, a writer, and a scientist. And I had all those things. I was in college, I was at UAF, I worked for the reindeer research program. So that was a little bit of me tying myself back to what, you know, I felt my roots are. My great-grandpa was a reindeer herder in this area, and I was writing grants, and I was, so I was a farmer too, and a scientist all in one. And so I had reached my dream, but I was waking up every day not wanting to live anymore. And the journey of recovery was just one moment at a time when it started out. And I think I'll let somebody else speak.
Recovery, what it means to me. So, in the beginning, recovery meant something to me, and it was called survival. Not going to jail, not getting caught up in a case, being disconnected from my culture. Recovery then was trying to just stay alive one more day without using. I did not know how to do that. In the beginning, I had no clue. I wanted to. I drank and used for so many years and hated it. I hated the taste of cigarettes. I hated the taste of all that drugs. I hated the taste of alcohol. I hated it. I came to hate it, but I could not put it down. It controlled me. So when I stepped into recovery, I had no clue what I was doing, but I was taking suggestions from family members that love me. And I truly believe today it was Creator touching hearts to open doors. Today, after so many years of not picking up, working my steps, walking the red road, getting back with my culture, my prayers, learning my language, eating my indigenous foods, learning how to make those, being involved with my roundhouse, with my ceremonial houses, touching the water with purpose, staying in the trees and watching the acorns fall and pick them up with prayer and purpose, learning how to make our jewelry, listening to the elders. Now recovery for me is an ongoing learning process, but I understand now that it's my turn to help open those doors for others and be the example. And that, when I first came into recovery, I needed people. And now I understand that I'm there for people. And it's a little different, but it's the same purpose. And that's to spread hope to others that may be hurting inside, stuck. And believe me, recovery is not perfect. Every day is a challenge, especially when I come up in recovery where my children were affected. And now my children, I have one son in rehab right now, in detox and rehab from fentanyl. He took the blue pills, and his wife did, and but they weren't going to go by themselves. Their mom, the mother of my children, were no longer married, but I respect that woman, and I love that woman with all my heart. We were together for almost 30 years, and she bore these beautiful children. She coerced that boy into Tijuana, Mexico, and tricked him to go into recovery, to go into the rehab. So we're praying for him that he gets recovery. So those are just the little things to me, what recovery means. And today it's an ongoing process. It never ends. When someone says they have 30 years, 40 years of recovery, I understand that they're still working on things. They're still learning things. And they have so much to teach. But we're all learning. We're all walking together with this. So that's all I got to say on that question.
A lot of you know my journey. I've been a voice for recovery for the Bristol Bay region for the extent of 7 years now. I say I've been sober for 6 years because it was 7 years ago I went to treatment, and that's the last time I attempted, but I used once a year later, and that's why I've been sober for 6 years, but I had been the voice of recovery for 7 years for the people of our region. My story is pretty, it's sad to think about as someone who's sitting here today and just could have so many memories of my past and what I've been through, and ending up on the streets for those years to feed my addiction. I did horrific things, and to sit here today and think about what the word recovery to me is, it changes every time I'm asked that question, because where I'm sitting at today, recovery is today. I'm recovering right now. I'm recovering. You go through things still later on, and you just learn how to deal with them. And my heart hurts. And I'm here with you guys today, and I get to feed off the strong men that have gotten invited into our community and these amazing children that he brought with him. And I get to sit here and see this amazing woman over and over. And I think about one specific incident when she came into my community, and I think I was a year sober, so I was a wreck. And she came, and I was so excited to go in there, and I was excited to learn to heal and to get well with other Indigenous people, to learn from them. I was like a sponge, even though I was still a wreck. And there was a few people who showed up and came in and out, but I was one of the only people who stayed throughout the whole time, and I got to learn that it was okay to know that that whole time was just for me, because my ancestors would be proud of me. They told me that. The man he started, this is what recovery means to me today, because the man he started singing in his native tongue, and I closed my eyes, and I was healing. I could instantly feel God come upon me, and I was standing up. I was standing up in my vision. It was my first vision ever, and I was ripping out all the hurt, all the pain. I was ripping it out of my spine where it was embedded into me, where it was ingrained into me, just ripping it past traumas, past hurts. And it was the molestation I'd been through as a child, the names I was called, the different attitudes I got from other people, just all of it. It was just all coming out. And it was turning into, there was people standing at my side, my family and my loved ones. My community was behind me, and I was standing there, and I was ripping that hurt out, and it was turning into a bridge. That hurt was turning into a bridge. It was turning into wood, and it was turning into a bridge, and the people in the community were walking across it with me and healing. And that's what recovery means to me today. I get to share my story, I get to share my hurt, and I get to recover and get well with other people around me. And we get to walk across that bridge, and we get to heal together. I love this city of Dillingham. It will forever be a part of my heart. The people, the love that I received when I came here, watching and taking advantage of all these different resources for healing, all of it helped me. Every group at Jake's, as long as they were and as hard as they all were an intricate part of my healing journey, and I get to use those tools that I learned, and I get to apply them to my life, and I get to revisit and think about one of the classes I took and how I could get through what I'm going through now. So that's what recovery is to me today.
Hello. So, sorry, kind of nervous, but so like I was saying, I grew up in Nome, and at a young age in high school, started drinking regularly just with friends and stuff, and that kind of got out of hand after I graduated high school. Got my first DUI, and that was my first time in jail, and it kind of woke me up a little bit. But I started, shortly after that, I started to use drugs and alcohol together. I moved to Washington, where I had managed to stay sober for like 2.5 years, and in 2019 I moved to Anchorage to be closer to family, which I wasn't in the right headspace, so it wasn't a very good combination. I had other family that was going through their problems with alcohol, which looking back, I kind of feel bad that I pressed myself upon my family like that and added more stress. But when I was living in Anchorage, I didn't have a steady place to stay. I was homeless, staying at hotels and friends' houses, just nowhere really permanent. And I was getting arrested over and over again. I'd bail out, be out for a little while. And, you know, I was pretty torn down. I was kind of at rock bottom. And my last arrest was, I told you guys I was been sober since August 29th of 2022, and that was my last arrest. And that's the longest time I've spent in jail, is a whole year. And if I'm being honest, when I decided to go to Jake's, I was kind of on the fence. I was like, okay, it's like I need to get sober. I need to stop. I knew that. But the addict part of my brain was telling me like, oh, it's a quick way to get out of jail. You just need to apply to a bunch of treatment centers and then you can leave. And that I was on the fence between that. But the first place that responded was Jake's, and I'm really grateful for that. I feel like that saved my life, because if I went to treatment in Anchorage, the temptation to just leave and go out and start using again would have been there. And recovery to me has meant, since then, like allowing myself to get the help from people around me and resources around me, which I was too stubborn to do in addiction. And like, I feel like, as a man, like, I don't want to ask for help a bunch. Like, it's embarrassing. Like, I feel like all of my role models around me have, you know, kind of been pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but that's not really that's not always a healthy and productive mindset. And since going to Jake's, I was there for quite a while. I think that was their longest client of inpatient. It was like 6.5 months. But I got my counselor, Frida's back there, and she helped me a lot. And I became a client of Carl and Victor at the prisoner reentry program. And when those guys walked into the office and asked me, like, what do you need? What do you need to, like, do good? I was kind of dumbfounded. I was like, man, it's been a long time since somebody just asked what I needed. And like, those guys helped me get set up in my own place. And I had 2 jobs over the winter time, which I'm very grateful for. My employers trust me and know that I'm a good guy, and like, I just have a weight lifted off my shoulders. Like, I got a place to be. You know, I can be productive, and I can get help from other people, and hopefully be an influence to show other people that there's a way out. Like, because when I was in the depths of my addiction, like, I didn't see a way out, and if there was a way out, like, most of the time I didn't even want it. So today I feel like I don't have to live through that again, and it's the willingness to be able to reach out and get help from other people and not be ashamed of it is what's helped me the most. So thank you.
I'm super nervous. I believe that I developed the disease of addiction I was probably like 5 or 6 years old. Before I did drugs, I had many addictions to attention, male attention, self-harm, food, exercise, starving myself, all sorts of things. And I started using drugs and alcohol when I was 11. And I had been told by adults who were supposed to protect me that basically my fate was to be a dope fiend, just like my parents. And I didn't even understand what that meant. So for 7 years, I used, and basically was just surviving. I was a product of my environment, and that's the only way I knew how to cope with things. I thought that was what I was meant to be. So I sold my body, and I stole things, and I lied, and I came here and I caused wreckage and didn't communicate with my family for years. Yeah, and so I remember having this moment of clarity a few months before I started my recovery journey, and I hadn't showered in like 2 months, and I stank, and I didn't even know. I didn't brush my teeth, I didn't change my clothes, and I would just come and go, come and go, come and go. And I remember I stopped and I looked in the mirror, and I didn't even recognize myself. My hair was stuck to the back of my head, and I was just nasty. I had marks all over my body, and I didn't recognize myself. I couldn't believe that that's what my life was. I always had like hope for myself. I always wanted to do something more, and I had these dreams, but I just thought it wasn't for me. I'm not the type of kid that gets to do those type of things. I'm one of those people who just die. I thought that's what I was gonna be. And a little over a year ago, I had a friend. He was my really, really good friend. Died to this disease, and I had gotten him high for his first time a few months before that. And I had me as a friend today, I would never do that, but my disease had taken over all my morals, all my values, and I just manipulated and stole from anybody around me. Love didn't mean anything anymore. So when he died, a few months after that moment of clarity, I had another one, and I had a reality check, because we had all, there was a group of us, and we had all grown up mischief, and our parents all used and whatever. So that broke me, and I used after that. But I also, my disease was so active, people were telling me to go to detox. So I had this thing where the beginning of my recovery journey, like somebody else said, was just like, I wanted to manipulate people. I wanted people to think I went to detox and I'm gonna do good, so people will let me borrow 20 bucks again because I ran out of gas again or whatever. And after that, I went to detox and I ended up staying, and that was still my plan, was to use again. But I was told to go to a 12-step meeting, and there were these people who surrounded me, and somewhere along the way they showed me what recovery is. And today, what recovery is to me is learning. I'm still learning how to cope with the trauma that I do have, how to maintain healthy relationships long term, how to be honest and treat people with love and kindness and be compassionate, to let go of resentments, and mainly my whole purpose, I feel my purpose in my recovery is to help the next suffering addict, because I didn't have that, or at least it didn't feel like it. So yeah.
Well, first of all, Koyana, for everything that you shared. Do you guys feel like recovery requires abstinence from all substances, or just your substance of choice? Or how do you know if you're in recovery or if you're out of recovery? Some people stop using, and they're pretty mean. They could be real mean. So, if you were gonna get all the body parts of recovery, like an arms and legs and a neck and everything, what's the arms, legs, neck of recovery? Is it abstinence? Is it emotional sobriety? What's emotional sobriety? Anything that you could share about that?
Yeah, so the program that I work on a daily basis, I say that I'm clean because the program that I work, I am clean from all drugs. I am fully abstinent from all drugs. Alcohol is a drug, weed is a drug for me. I have the disease of addiction, and I'm powerless and obsessive and compulsive, and I cannot control anything personally. I have seen people, for me, what the people told me who helped me, they said, we have to get to the root of your disease. So I work the 12 steps. I get outside help. I have counseling. I had to, the thing that helped me the most was listing every single resentment I had throughout my whole life and seeing what my part in that is, and seeing, taking ownership and accountability for my actions, and replacing my character defects of things like lying, cheating, acting out sexually, things like that. I had to replace those things, and I still have to, and I have to surrender to my disease on a daily basis, or I go right back to where I was. And it starts with my behaviors. So replacing those things with honesty, and I pray in the morning for my higher power to help me with that and to guide me through that, because I don't know what I'm doing. And I ask other people with clean time to tell me how they did it. How do I treat people with love and kindness and respect, but I'm so angry at the world and what these people did to me? I have to ask for guidance and be honest and open-minded and willing to do those things. Because without those three things, without those three spiritual principles, then I can't change. So yeah, it's internal work and having people in your corner that you can do that with. That's what for me, that's what it is.
So also for me, I know that I can't have any kind of mind-altering substance. In the past, I've tried to switch one drug for the other, or all the combinations, but I think my personality is addictive. I've even in the past, played way too much video games. Like when I was in Washington and I was sober, I played video games for 6 hours a day and worked myself up to feeling terrible because I don't know, it's just something about me. So I feel like I have to, have a time, a kind of a schedule for the day. Definitely abstinent from every mind-altering drug. I have to have people around me that aren't using. I can't hang around with the people I was, and that's why I came to Dillingham, because I knew there was no chance I'd be around the same crowd. And there's still people that I care about in my life that are still doing their thing, but I just have to be their friend or relative from a distance for now, because I'm still not in a place where I can guarantee that I'm not going to fall back. AA meetings help a lot. My schedule right now doesn't always allow me to go to the AA meeting here in town, but I often go on Zoom meetings, which is pretty cool because I can do it from home. I need to get a sponsor because I feel like when I worked the 12 steps last time, that gave me a lot more peace, and it keeps me in check. If I'm, if I'm overdoing it somewhere, whether it's work, recreational activities or anything like that. And it also gives me a chance to get feedback from somebody, because as a person who is addicted to drugs, I can't listen to myself all the time. If I do, I'm gonna make things worse. I need somebody else there to not be afraid to just give me say, yeah, you're doing good. It's good to have a person that you can count on to call you on stuff. And I think this, like I said earlier, the community as a whole. When I came to Dillingham, I think what impacted me a lot was, like, at first I had realized and heard all the deaths that drugs have caused, and when you're living in a city, you don't really get to see that, and that the impact it has on people. So, and I see in Dillingham that there's a lot of organizations and people in the community that care about people getting healthy again, and that's really important. Just like this conference, like just about everybody that comes up here and talks, like I feel like goosebumps on my arms and like tears welling up sometimes because I feel like the love and everything in here. So it's really great.
The same for me. I can't have any substances, mind-controlling substances. I was addicted to every drug you can think of. It didn't matter what it was. I did it to get my mind off my racing thoughts. And I remember that I knew, just like Annalie, that I didn't, in our own thoughts, we didn't deserve a life for some reason, that we see other people out there that are sober and healthy and living these lives. For some reason, in my head, I didn't deserve that because I had tried to sober up. I was 17 years in active addiction, and I tried and I tried and I tried. And every time I failed, it was, at this point, lived experience, but now it's, it was just another failure, another thing. It was another heartache, another, I couldn't do nothing right, I felt like. And I would sober up and these thoughts would just weigh so heavily on me, the shame and the guilt of everything I did, and living on those streets and being, hurting Alaskan Native woman, that's filthy and dirty and hungover and wondering where she's going to get her next meal from at 7 o'clock in the morning when she's detoxing. So hurt. And I cannot touch a substance. I am an alcoholic, I'm a drug addict, but I'm set free from those things. But I cannot do those things today, and I'm very lucky to be here.
Abstinence or the body parts of recovery. I was really fortunate at the time that I started thinking about getting sober. I was in Fairbanks, where there was a yoga 12-step recovery, because I didn't want to go to 12-step recovery where the word God was put on the wall. That was part of my block from getting recovery. And so when I entered that room of yoga 12-step recovery, it was welcoming to every person in recovery. So then I could sit there and I could listen to other people's stories, not just alcoholics, not just addicts, but co-addicts and everybody. And so then I could hear the things that are going on inside myself, and so I could identify with other things other than the biggest part of my illness at the time. And that was really eye-opening, because I don't like it when people say, and the path gets narrow, because that's not what it is for me. When I give up one thing, what it does is it opens up that door, as long as I'm willing to go through it, to seek a better way of living and connection. And so I do think that recovery for me is more than just abstinence. One of the things that I appreciate about my recovery is that I know that I'm behaviorally addicted, so I've got behavior addictions as well as physical addictions. And I just recently identified one more, and that's workaholism. And you know, I probably knew this before, but I'm really grateful to be here. For this past 8 years that I've been sober from alcohol, I've wanted to come to a healing and wellness conference, but I don't want to stop working either. And this last year I had a job, or I've had this job where I'll just describe what it feels like in my body, because you know, I know addiction in my body and I know what it feels like. So I would get up so excited to work that day because I'm getting on, my ego's all in tune. It's like I'm getting on to talk to these leadership people in Washington, D.C., and my job is big and important, and there's millions of dollars, and there's people's lives, and it's big and it's important, and every day I'm getting up and my heart is racing and my breath is going faster, and I'm getting online and I'm talking to people, and right before I get onto these meetings I'm wanting to throw up because I'm just so scared and so excited all at the same time. And you know, those stories that go on in my head, I believe that addiction for me is my programming, and it's the programming that runs in the back of my head whether I am paying attention to it or not. So addiction for me is that programming of negativity, and so I'm going to trend negative. If I'm consciously aware of what's going on, I can say, hey, we need a timeout. I need to take a breath. But while I was pulled into that work, I couldn't see my way out. I went to the doctor. I was prescribed, and I'm not a doctor, so this is just about me. I was prescribed an antidepressant, and which was great because then I could function at work. I could go to work without crying, without trying to puke before work, and then and I could let work take over my life. I could be numb again, and so this is my new journey right now. Is I'm 8 days free of my antidepressant, and so today I'm a little bit low, and that's good because I can feel stuff now. Where prior to this, I wasn't crying or laughing, and I was making my whole life about work, and so, yes, so there's abstinence, but then there's also a balance because in this life I need to work. There are behavioral addictions that I have that in balance are important to have. So it's like if I go over the balance, then it's bad. And I know what it feels like in my body to have that hook to go down that path. And so my programming, my reprogramming, the 12 steps that I work are just that. It's a reprogramming it. So that honesty with another alcoholic, another addict has been, they're like my mirror. They just hold the mirror up and say, oh, these things you're telling yourself aren't true. This is what I see. And that's really important because I will tell myself some bad stuff. Early on in my recovery, I had this therapist who said, when you hear somebody being mean to themselves, you grab that friend of yours and you say, "Don't be mean to my friend." And I said it so many times around my own kids that when they hear me being mean to myself, they'll say, "Don't be mean to my mom."
Okay, so I'm good with what they just said. But I'm going to demonstrate how, right now, how my addiction talks to me and lies to me and tells me I'm not good enough to be up here, going on 19 years, that I'm still a liar, I'm still a cheat, I'm still a dirty guy, I still have crazy thoughts, that I don't belong among beautiful people. I don't belong up here. My addiction is centered in my thoughts, and it disconnects us. I love the elder that said, when you're working with people, you work from your heart to heart. But sometimes, and I've listened to the heart on this panel, so I have to quit sitting on my brain. And I have to say that this addict is grateful for the teachings that I've had, that our indigenous people for thousands of years didn't need any drugs, didn't need any alcohol, didn't need any commercial cigarettes to survive. My ancestors didn't need any of that to be good, successful people, to thrive. And so as I work my program, before I surrendered, my Creator came to me in a dream. My Creator said, "Boy, I'm going to give you two paths. This path, you're going to help so many people. Not hundreds, not 10, thousands are going to be affected if you choose this direction. If you choose this direction, I'm going to bring you home to me because you'll be no use to me." But in order for you to choose, if you choose this direction, you're choosing to continue to use. If you choose this direction, you have to be willing to give up all of those things. Complete abstinence. I love that mind altering. That's pills, smoke, alcohol, all of it. So when I did that, when I chose this, I realized that my life was no longer my own life that I was living. I didn't know who I was. So I put my trust into people that knew how to live that way. And I began to take suggestions and listen and practice that way. After so many years, it became a beautiful way of life. I have had so many blessings. I've been married to the most beautiful woman for 11 years. Isn't it 11? And her family is rich in culture. I was blessed at 6 years old by her grandmother, her grandfather, and her grandmother. I grew up calling her grandmother my auntie. That's how much respect that I had. Today, I'm able to walk all over this country and meet beautiful people, meet beautiful spirits that from the ancestors of many places. And I'm so grateful for that, because I surrendered to my addiction, and my addiction said no more. No more. You just reminded me when you said hallelujah. I couldn't have done any of this without Creator giving me that dream. I couldn't have done any of this without the Creator opening doors for me. I couldn't have done any of it, even today, without acknowledging my Creator. In our language, we say, Hoko Hekwi. Hoko Hekwi is the earth maker.
Well, we're on spiritual time now. we ran into we're running into the next, but this whole time we've been on spiritual time. But there's so many people I wish could sit with you and do this. I can remember hearing in meetings, if I could put this in a box or a package and give it to somebody, I would. Somebody reminded me to announce that we have AA meetings at the Alano Club. We have, it's right across from BBEDC. And so if you stand at BBEDC and you look at the senior center, that's not it. You gotta turn the other direction. It's the other side. I was thinking, I was listening, and when the ships came here from Russia, the Tsar of Russia at that time directed those ship captains to bring alcohol, opium, and commercial tobacco in the 1700s. And those are all tools of colonization. They were given to us. I don't think that people in Russia knew the science of addiction, but they watched the change in people's behavior and they knew how it worked. And they knew that it would make people compliant, it would change people. So Julene Joseph, when I was at the first time I ever attended a Native Wellness Institute gathering, she talked about sobriety being an act of resistance. Not putting those things in your body is an act of resistance. And for me, also, abstinence is the only, I can't do a little bit of drugs. That's just never gonna be me. There's a lot of people that are dear friends of mine. They don't smoke heroin anymore. They don't smoke meth anymore, but they smoke, like they use cannabis. And I'd rather them be here using cannabis than not be here at all. but I also see how it doesn't give them a full experience of life. And I am not judging, I'm not saying, for me, I couldn't do that. I wanted to, but it just didn't work. And so while I understand that there's a time when those drugs helped me stay alive, because I couldn't stay alive with how I felt, what I was carrying inside of me. So in that way, I'm thankful. And so I'm not, and I don't want anyone here to walk out of the room feeling like any judgment or anything. For like, the point is to destigmatize. Like, we don't use drugs, we don't continue to use drugs because we love what it does to our lives. It destroys everything. But I do think, for me, abstinence is what recovery is. I couldn't be spiritually, emotionally fit if I was using anything. So thank you guys for sharing that. And then the other thing was, Stevie, you were talking about pulling the pain out of your spine and then just turning into wood and building bridges. Chronic negativity is another, I learned this also from Jolene Joseph, that we can build these bridges to each other. The connections need to be made to each other. Because if we take all that pain and that hurt, you pull the wood out of your back and you stab each other with it, we're not getting anywhere. We're still being used as tools of colonization against each other. So when I hear everybody talking about this love and this understanding and this connection, it's not optional. It's not like we can just do it when we feel like it. Like, we can be nice to each other when we're gathering in this big group, and it has to extend beyond this. It has to be the center of every organization that we have in this region, including the organizations that make money. Money is power. Being in a role where people look to you and listen to you and you vote or you create programs, that's power. And if we use that power to hurt each other, we're no different from the people that came here and took everything from us. We're just taking things from each other. So when I listened to everybody on this panel, I heard like relatives, like, we really truly are relatives, no matter where you go in the world, in the United States. When I see other Native people, I get so excited. They probably think I'm a weirdo. I start smiling and get really, really excited. But it makes me feel good, like, we're still here, we're all still here. But taking that love and that support that we have for everybody right now, we need to take it out of this room, and it has to be, it has to anchor us in our interactions with each other, our interactions with ourselves. I can't imagine looking at Jen and thinking bad things. So I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for willing to be up here. We went late. Sorry, Quentin. I wanted to see if you guys had any closing thoughts, anything you wanted to say. Anybody?
So I just want to say thank you. It's an honor to be here. And when we showed up a couple days ago, we were at the little dinner at the house where the house behind us. And it was an honor to hear all the elders step up and speak. Where we're from, we don't have a lot of elders. Our elders are passing away because of lifestyle choices and because of boarding schools and because of contaminated earth. They're catching cancers and diabetes, and our elders are passing away at early ages. I just had two aunties, a cousin and an auntie, pass away at 66. So it was an honor to be here among you and to share this space and time and to hear the elders speak. We need that at home. And so now I had an elder tell me when I shared that with her, you know who you are? She said, you're gonna learn to be the healthy elder. Now it's your responsibility, and so that's for all of us to learn. And so thank you for allowing us to share. Thank you for allowing me to share. My story and my words are my story and my words. Please don't take offense to any of it. Your story and your recovery is yours.
Yeah, and I'll echo that. I just wanted to leave with one tool that I picked up early on, or maybe two tools. Somebody said, lay down on the floor or lay down on the ground and let the earth take that weight. How often do we let that weight go? And so that's something that I practiced early on. It's something I practice now, especially when I hurt in my heart and I need to be held. I let the earth hold me and I say to myself, I am in divine hands. I trust that I am in divine hands. And when I worry about other people, I'll do the same practice, but I'll say their name. I trust that they are in divine hands.
I think one of the things that I just wanted to say was I noticed there's a part of me that is kind of the healing portion of me that is our men healing. I know that I need our men to heal in order for that part of me to heal. And I'm grateful to sit here and see the amount of men in this room today that are here to listen to these stories and begin to heal. I appreciate the amount of men that are here today. It's really touching my heart. Back at home, the women are doing the healing and the men. I have faith, and I just need that part of me to heal, to completely do the work that I'm gonna be called to do.
Something that you were saying, Tiffany, reminded me of something I'd heard on a podcast. Somebody had said, if I had lived your whole life, I would be you, and if you lived my whole life, if you lived my whole life, you would be me. So I guess that kind of means to I've gotten a lot of grace from people in my life, and they took me for who I was, and I try to do that with other people. And what you were saying earlier, we're all one human, we're all human, and I think that's a really good way to look at it. Like, we can give ourselves grace and we can give other people grace. Thanks.
The last thing I wanted to say, I just wanted to acknowledge the people, my best friends that I lost this year, and say their name because I believe that they deserve it. Because this shit's real, like, kids are dying. I'm 19, and they were all my age, and their names were Kelly, Ralphie, and Jay. Kelly was suicide, and it's just, I just want to say that. It's so real, and we were all products of our environment, and we were kids, and there was something missing. And I am super grateful to be given an opportunity to come up here and speak. Thank you.
I have a tremendous amount of respect and love for every single one of you. Koyana Chuknuk, I'm going to have Cody come back up.
Kuyana, to the recovery panel, hearing each of your guys' story, very powerful, and it's very brave of you guys to all share your story. Our stories are all different, but then we all want to heal. So Kuyana Chaknuk, from the bottom of my heart, I am very happy that you guys got the courage to come up in front of us and talk about your guys' journey. Kuyana Chaknuk, Tamakbichi. We are on our last part of the for today. So it's sharing history for a vision for Indigenous future with Quentin Simeon. So Quentin.
Maybe we should stand up and just wiggle around a little bit before I talk. Everybody's been sitting for a long time. Stretch and stretch and stretch. Don't go that way or too far that way. Okay. Boy, I'm just nervous about talking today. I want to say thank you for everybody who has spoken before me. You have laid down a good path for me to walk on today. I'm really happy to be here in Julium. We have long-time relations. Wakagaluk, Gisachauwa, Winga Yupak, Winga Kuskuk Vagamu, Anya Ragamu Slu, Mamtlariklam Slu, Winga, Pakna Nachkalre Slu. Hi, my name is Quentin Simeon. It means fifth son. My Yupik name is Gisach, it means little bug. I also have another Yupik name, it's Paknanachkalre, and it means something that makes you curious. I come from the Kuskokwim River, which is this wiggly thing right here. And my parents are from Mumtlarichluk Bethel and Aniak, which I think is right around here. Can't read it too good. Careful of that speaker. My mother is Gloria Simeon. Her Yupik name is Alapachuk, and her mom is Chapayayuk Anita Gertz from Bethel, and my great uppa was Chief Eddie Hoffman. My dad is Mishkuk Allen Simeon. He's from Aniak. His dad was Philip Simeon, also from Aniak or Uchagamute, where my Uppa Sam was from. My Uppa Sam came from the Gwich'in area a long time ago. His great dad was from way up in the Gwich'in country. My grandma, my Nana, her family comes from Huslia area. Everybody got jumbled up in this state around 1900. People got all mixed up. My great-grandma Palaria Tangmek was rich. Her parents had 70,000 head of reindeer, and they gave my grandfather 7,000 head of reindeer for his dowry, and he started Hoffman Fuel with that. And that is part of our legacy as Hoffmans in Bethel. Now I'm gonna go back But I got to honor some of my teachers who have taught me some of the things that have brought me to this place. First of all, I want to thank my dad who taught me first about the Yupik warfare stories and brought me to the first cottonwood that was a baby tree. And he said, "Do you know what this stick is?" And it was a stick that was in the cottonwood like this. And I said, "I don't know, it's broken." And he goes, "No, that was an arrow from the bow and arrow wars." And that sparked something inside of me, a curiosity, if you will. My Upper Jerry, when we would pass by Kelskake, he would always say, "Remember Mud Creek and remember the War of the Eye." And these words, I didn't know what they meant at the time, but they were words that meant something that I had to hold on to, some drumak, something I had to hold on to for a long time. My Ama Betty, just blonde hair and blue eyes, and she taught me how to be a real human being. She was German and English, and a little tiny bit Yupik. My Nana always taught me to keep things in order, to clear the path, and to make sure everything had its place. My grandma was not your normal human being. She was something fierce, and she experienced an awful lot of life in her time. And I want to honor her story, and I want to survive, and I want to do my job. I'm a storyteller, and I'm here to share with people stories that have been given to me, and I've packaged them up, and I've tried to wrap them into a braid that will be a collective story for us all. And I'm probably going to make a lot of mistakes, and I'm probably going to be saying something that might not even be completely 100% true. But this story that we've been told about where we come from by this Western culture is not a real story. And I feel like I have a better version of what this story might be, of where our Yupik people come from. And so I've had a lot of teachers in this time. And a lot of these teachers came into my life when I moved away from my home in Mamtlareichluk in Bethel, when I moved to Anchorage, away from my people. I couldn't hear Yuchtun anymore. I couldn't hear KYUK. And so I had to search for stories and people who could give me that thing in my heart that I needed the most, and it was my culture and the stories and the thing that tied me to the earth and to the water that I came from. When I was a boy and I was on the river with my dad, he said to me one thing. He said, "People will live the way the land tells them to, and they will follow the rhythm of the water that they're nearest." And this is true no matter where you're from. My dad's a very wise man. Even though he was an alcoholic, he took time to be a father to me, and he brought me fishing. He made sure that I knew how to hunt, how to be a nukashbach, an aniak on the river. My papa showed me how to float a rock. My papa was magic. I moved into Anchorage in 1994. I met a man, he was St. Lawrence Island Yupik. He had a grandma, her name was Delawahi. She was a beautiful woman. She was St. Lawrence Island Yupik from this island right over here, from Savunga. And she told me a story. "Do you know what Sivukak means?" She said. I had no idea what she even meant. And she's talking about this island right here. Now, they say 12,000 years ago, there was ice in this area, and that everybody that populated the Americas came from Russia, and we marched as fast as we could all the way down to South America in 12,000 years. That does not make any sense to me at all. And sometimes these Cossack thinkers really make things complicated when it's really simple. I grew up in a place called Anyarak, which means the way to go out. I know that there was not good relations between our Yupak people and the Dene people that were just to the interior. And you know how come I know that? Because we called them bum names. These people that are called Deghina in this area, In my language, we call them inkalak, which means lots of lice in their hair. But we had just as much lice in our hair, too. But that was a word. Even the word Eskimo comes from America, actually. One of the Iroquois nation on the other side named us in the Inuit area up there. They call us Eskimo. That means eaters of raw flesh. Because we didn't have any wood up there to burn, to cook. So we dried our meat, we salted our meat, and that was pretty much true for all of us as coastal people for a long time. Now I'm going to get back to Delawahi and Sivukak. Our people are ice people. We're like polar bears almost. We live on the ice for a long time. And then the ice started to melt. And we were right there watching it. Sivukak means wrung out. Like you squeeze it and wring it out. That means people watched it happen. They watched Sivukak get wrung out. And that means the land came up out of the water. And they watched it happen. They say we Yupik people, long time ago when the earth was thin, I think we meant literally it was thin, we were on the ice. That's when the earth was thin, because you could walk, go right through it. We lived on the ice, that was where we were from. And then the ice started to melt, and we had to get to land, and we started to move in, and there were people already here. The Dene people. I am Dene, I'm Gwich'en. I come from way up here. My great up was from way up here. And my grandma was from right around here somewhere. But I am Yupik, that's how I see the world. I grew up in this country between Anyarak and Mamplareiluk. So, I was in Yupik class where I met my partner a long time ago. Marie Mead was our teacher. And she taught us about how long time ago the Yupik people and the Inupiaq people and the Siberian Yupik people and the Sukpiaq people were all one people. And then the land or the water started to melt, and then we had to have contact with these people. And we didn't like each other very much, and they pushed us. And the Dene people pushed right here to Unalakleet because they needed to trade right here to the water. And then pushed the Inupiaq all the way there and all the way back. And when they came back, their language was different. And that's how come Inupiaq and Yupik and St. Lawrence Island, Yupik are a little bit different languages because we got separated here because of warfare. Now, the land that we live on right here is pretty mushy. It's a hard place to live on. Not too many people could find a living here. It's really, really difficult to live on the tundra, to make a sod house that stays dry and keeps you warm. Now, we had to fight and fight and fight for this space that we had right here, and we got it. But in that process, we went from clear water people that had all of this ice and all of this place to hunt. You know, the polar bears, now that the ice is going away, they're having a hard time hunting, and it makes it hard, and we were having a hard time without access to the ocean easy. We became river people, we became Kuskukvagamute, we became Magagamute people, we became Queechwagamute people, Julian people. We became separated in our own areas because the land had to tell us how to live differently. In this time, we have our slangak. I think it's good. Amber, Okay. So, we have our community structure. And when we have our klangak is our when we wake up in the morning. You wake up, and when you find out that you're a human being, like 2, 3 years old, 4, 5 years old, you klangak again, and that's when you really wake up. You're like, holy cow, I have hands, I'm a human being, I have parents. Like, you kind of land in yourself at that moment. And so Amber here is drawing what is the model of our universe, the model of our awareness, the model of our community. This is the best teaching tool I've ever come across in the universe. In fact, it's a model of the universe too. So, right here she's taught the spirit in the middle, and children and elders and women and men. Good enough. So, when I was growing up, when we klangak too, you get aware of me first, and then you get aware of your family, then your community, then other communities, and then the whole world around you. It becomes very big and large, and you become connected to those things. Some people stay at level 1 where they're only worried about themselves all the time. Some people are family-oriented, community-oriented, a little bit bigger, and then universal. So there's like multiple levels of this. Now, when we grow up too, our communities, we have the spirit in the middle, and in our communities, the qazgik, what we now call the men's house, was the middle of our community. It is the middle of our community. Now, I'm gonna digress slightly, because about 2,000 years ago, after we got done fighting for land that we could settle on, something happened in a community near Chivak or Hooper Bay on the coast. And at this time, warfare became a part of our culture. And it made us sick for a long time. And I wrote a rap about this. I'm gonna try to give it to you right now. Okay. So, Akatamani, or long time ago, here to tell a story about the Eskimo. No, we are the Yupik, so now you know. Sharing our story by rhythm and flow about the war with bows and arrows, and Apanuchbak and other heroes who fought their foes, leaving a feast for crows, and patterns telling stories sewn into our clothes. Before then, we are to suppose that we lived in peace as far as that goes, until a skirmish broke out near the coast. So on a winter's day, 2 boys played a game, throwing darts at a model of game. One boy was near where the other took aim. The bone tip hit his eye, and now he is lame. It wasn't the intent of the boy to maim, for he was regretful and full of shame. But the other boy's dad wanted to blame the dart-throwing boy forever unnamed. So Jayagavik was when his eye was poked out. All this happened in a community house, half underground, a tunnel in and out. People in fur on benches all around. Yukon people were all about. Coastal people were there too, without a doubt. But back to the boy who lost the eye. His dad rose up and stood upright. He was angry and he wanted to fight and he wanted revenge, for that was right. The other boy's dad saw the man's plight and offered that man half his son's sight. So in a subdued rage, that man approached, but he grabbed the boy's head with 2 thumbs couched and forced them in until they popped. Ata, the boy exclaimed as he screamed in pain. That man blinded me, I'll never see again. A one-eyed boy was what he expected. So with a blind fury to the man he attacked, knives came out, and soon it was a slaughter. No man alive, only mothers and daughters. This man killed that man and many others. Hate and fear were born amongst the survivors. So hate and fear grew like a cancer. The war of the eye spread way faster than logic and compassion for each other. Revenge was the motive over and over. Stay tuned because the story ain't over. You see, at this time there was the family traveling. Maybe to that very same gathering they stopped nearby. They saw a strange cloud hovering. The man wanted to see what the cloud was covering. So he set out that day to see the story unfolding. The woman stayed put with the baby she was holding. Day turned to night, far from morning, peeking outside to see what the dark was hiding, looking real hard, but she still couldn't find him. In the deep black sky, the stars were still shining, yet off in the distance a low cloud was still hovering, and from that direction something was coming. Low and stooping, the something was crawling, leaking blood, the crawling thing was dying. The dying man began hollering and calling her name. As soon as she was close, when she got to him, there she froze. Her husband was bloody from head to toe. They are all dead as he coughed blood through his nose. The cloud was born from the blood of those who died in that gazrik from deadly blows. He died in her arms, no letting go. Revenge must be had for all enemies and foes. For 2,000 years, that's how it goes. It happened this way till the Kasak did show. No time for war, disease was out of control. The elders who survived took on their new role to save our culture from being buried in a holy grave under a church. Beaten down while holy men watch, taking our language and our names too much. We take back our stories, our dance, and our tongue. Y'all can't fathom the harshness we're from. We are genius survivors, my young ones. Remember our future and where we come from. Our elders and ancestors have lived through it all. Remember the time that we call Anguim Nahlini, the time of warring, Biuga. In 2021, I was reapplying for my job at UAA, and this was a time when toxic masculinity was a big talking point, and I was having to explain how this place of learning called the Gazrik, or the men's house, was welcoming to women. And I couldn't do it. There were stories when I was growing up about Angarkok, stealing young girls' powers, about men raping women just because they have warfare. The things that we did in war corrupted the essence of being a Yupik man. We went from being providers, nukashbak, to warriors. Even the word man, angun, has to do with war. We need to find a new name for men. We need to take the war out of our culture. The Gazlik needs to be a community house. It cannot be the center of the community if it's the men's house. The men belong on the outside, protecting what is inside of the circle. The Gazlik is a community house that belongs to the spirit of the community. It belongs to the women who kept fire. It belongs to the children who are closest to the Creator, and the elders who have maintained the line to the past that still serves us today. The story that I was born into was one of anger. My mom was a very afraid woman. Growing up in Montpellier, she had to find a man to protect herself. And when I grew up, I was a little boy. And in my community, they called me Kid. In Antioch, they called me Kid. In Bethel, they called me Wimp Wimp. I was not a tough guy growing up. I wasn't mean. I was soft. And this world was really hard. And I started drinking and drugging when I was about 12 years old. I started smoking when I was 7. I left Bethel to try to find an escape away from my culture. And as soon as I did so, I tried to find it back again. I achieved the educational goals that my mom wanted me to achieve. I got a bachelor's degree in English from UAA in 2006. And I had arrived, but I was unhappy. And I started to drink a lot more. And by 2010, I lost my family. I lost my children. And by 2014, I was in jail and a broken human being. In 2015, I got my last DUI on April 16th. And I've been sober ever since. My name is Quentin Simeon, and I'm an alcoholic. And I'm really glad to be here today in Julio with beautiful people in Clearwater relationships to share story so that we know that we can braid our little stories together. Like she was talking about, talk to your elders and get your stories. We'll rewrite history together.
Kuyana Chakna Quinton, really good storyteller. I enjoyed listening to his poem about the story he told about the boys who poked each other in the eye. I grew up on that story. It comes from my village. It's my village history. He was talking about Kaput Sagamut, where they stab the place where they stab each other. And so I was just, when he was telling the story, I was reminiscing about all the elders who told me that exact story. And the people of Chivak, we know where the exact site is for Kaput Sagamut. It's a holy place for us. It's where a lot of our ancestors are buried. So it was great to hear that poem, and I really enjoyed it. And yeah, just wanted to put a name to that place, Kaput Sagamut. Kuyana. Hold on. All right, I will be closing with a song here, but just want to let you guys know that Our friends here that travel a long distance will be dancing here in the gym at 6 o'clock. So if you guys want to come and join us, we'll give you guys a break to go home, rest up, and then we'll be back here at 6. You guys are more than welcome to join us. This is the end of day 2 of our conference, and I'm very happy that you guys stuck with us. We have one more day tomorrow. We have a whole lot of great speakers set for tomorrow, and it's going to be another great day of healing and sharing our stories together and being one as a community.
There's tomorrow, 2 reminders for tomorrow. If you can bring something for the traditional foods potluck, UTBB, so Judy Jo, Alana, a lot of them are gone, but the staff at UTBB helped us organize a traditional foods potluck, so if you want to bring anything for that, we'll have that tomorrow afternoon. And then tomorrow, we're gonna dance the hoop of life. So if you want to bring something to remember a loved one who took their life, or if you just want to bring something to celebrate life, you can tie it. It has to be lightweight. It's not a very big hoop, so just make sure it's not heavy, and we'll tie it to the hoop. So I'll let Cody sing his song. Thank you so much.
The song I'm about to sing, composed by my Upper Joe Ayarak Jr. He lives out in Bethel, and it's usually sung with a guitar. And if you guys ever been to Chamay and seen Upatrak Yurak, this is the song.
Quick announcement, somebody left glasses here yesterday, so if these are yours, they'll be over here at this table over here. If you're missing glasses or if you know who these are. And if you can also help us out and please throw away your trash and clear your tables, that would mean a great deal for us as well, because we'll be cleaning up. We'll see you guys all tomorrow morning, bright and early.
I saw did you tell her?
I put it in the archive. Oh, no! It's hilarious.
What? I'm sorry. It's insane.
It should be fine. I'll just sleep. No. We come in one with later.
think more like, yeah, so more of the like dancing, and then like lots of like cool detail shots too.
So if I get a little closer, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, sorry.
Good evening. This is what we call, we're from over Northern California. We represent a lot of different tribes. We all have ties from ceremonial roundhouse ties and family. I'm thankful for my brother Payako, my brother Tony, and all of the dancers that come. And you know, this is what we call in our way. We call it Mafomke in the southeastern Pomo language, which just means the people's dance. Other places they call it, you know, Sadake or Toto dance, they'll call it. This is actually an older dance that was done in the beginning before what we have now is, they call it a Bole Maru ceremony, or we call it Big Head ceremony, which is done inside a roundhouse only, and it's not taken out. So we're thankful to be here today. We're thankful to share our songs and our dances with you. A lot of these regalia takes a long time to make, and you know, there was a point in time where we weren't able to gather we call them flicker bands. It's this the orange flicker band is the orange that covers their eyes, and you know, that comes from the northern shafted flicker that come into our area, and we weren't always able to get those back in the early, you know, 80s, and we're fortunate now to have enough resources to gather those things. So we're going to share some of our songs in our way. We're going to do what we call sitting down songs, and those are actually like warm-up songs, but the real purpose of those songs is to invite the spirit inside the place. And so we'll sing some of those songs, and then we'll sing the next song, which brings the dancers out. All of the movements that the men when they move their head and they dance, it's a representation of the birds, the spirit of the birds. Those are the animals that are imitated in these movements. All of the women, they have the headdresses and dresses, and those are either designs or certain things that came to them. And the reason we dress in this manner is because when the Spirit came down to earth for our people, this is the form that it took. And so because of the form that it took, this is the form that we honor and share that with. So we're going to get ready to sing these sitting down songs. Oh. Yeah, over in our way, when we appreciate something, we just simply say "oh." So let's do a big O on 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh! And so what that really does, what the real meaning of that is giving gratitude to the Spirit to the spirit that comes down and the dancers, and that gives gratitude. So the louder that you say it, the more gratitude is shown to the spirit, and that's the belief that we have. Oh. This next song that we're going to sing is what we call our coming out song. Also, real quick, Brother Tone over here is what we call in our language Kabewi, and that's actually the rock man. He's the rhythm man, and so he keeps the rhythm. And what he actually is doing is telling the dancers when to come out, when to flip their tail feathers, when to turn. And he's actually, in our way, he's considered the lead singer because he tells the singers when to turn the song. So we don't go to the high part of the song unless he rattles. So he's actually the leader of the way that we sing. Oh.
Oh
So also over our way, we use a lot of the hawk and crane feathers and all of the birds. And like I said, all of the movements that we do imitate the birds. You know, we're happy from the bottom of our hearts. We're thankful to be invited to this community. And once again, we want to thank the ancestors from this land for allowing us to come here. And today is about the spiritual meeting of ancestors. And, you know, as we travel, no matter where we go, the ancestors that travel with us come with us. And so we know that the ancestors from this land are here every time that you dance, every time that you sing, every time that you go out onto the land, that the ancestors are with you. And, you know, we're thankful for each and every one of you. We're thankful for the hospitality of this community. And really, that's what being indigenous is. It's that hospitality, it's that love, it's that compassion. It's treating one another like we're family. And, you know, as soon as we came here, you know, we want to thank Brother Tom, I don't know where he's at, but, you know, and Sister Tia for allowing her husband to come and chauffeur us around. And you know, we kept him out late, so, you know, we're thankful for Brother Tom. But, you know, he took time away from his family and away from his wife to you know, drive us around and introduce us to the land, and we're grateful for that. You know, he took us out onto the lake, and beautiful, beautiful lake. You know, we have lakes in California also that are beautiful, but, you know, being out there in that land and feeling the Spirit was amazing. And so we're thankful for that experience. And so we're going to get ready to sing a few more songs. Oh. Yes, you're more than welcome to get up on the side and dance if you feel that spirit on the side. And all of these dances are for healing. They're for prayer. We thank the Creator for all of the good things, and the songs talk about those good things. And, you know, so we're thankful to be here today, and we know that, you know, the Creator brought us here safe and that He'll get us home safe. And so we're going to continue to thank Him for those things. Oh. So over our way, Pomo, all the way out into the valley, the Wintun tribes, the Nomalaki tribes, we all dance in a underground submerged house. They call it a roundhouse. And so all of us, we dance with no shoes, and that's so that we can touch the earth and that we can be in one connection with Mother Earth and the Spirit. And so we don't wear no shoes when we dance, and we go a lot of different places, and sometimes the ground is rough, or sometimes, you know what I mean, it's really hot or it's really cold, but you know, the dancers endure that, and we just, you know, continue to keep going. But you know, we're very, very thankful and blessed to be here in this community. What a blessing it is to be here. You know, I enjoyed the songs and the dancing, and oh, it touched my heart to hear the beautiful singing and the beautiful songs. And you know, the one thing that Creator reminds me every single day is how connected our connectedness to one another. You know, no matter if we're 1,000 miles away or across the earth, we're all connected by Mother Earth. And so we're all under the earth, and we're all people of the earth. And so today, you know, we're happy to be here. So we're going to sing a few more songs, and then we'll get ready to take the dancer song. Oh. Yeah, you can clap, that's fine also. So also, you know, we're so happy to be here for the Healing Conference. And, you know, sometimes you come out and you feel like, okay, I'm going to come out and I'm going to speak a little bit and you know, help out. And what you really find out is that you came here to get help. And everything that was spoken here, you know, regardless of how far I am to my sobriety, where I'm at in life, that I got healing here. From the words that were spoken here, from the people that were in this land, and from the spirits of this land, that I got healing. And I'll take that with me back to my home and tell my people about what's here. Tell my people about the people here and how proud they are, and how loving they are, and how they help one another, and how they stand together as a community, and how they open their arms in their house and their community to us. To us, that's important. That's what being Indigenous is. Treating people like family, knowing that, you know, we're from far away, but you opened up your community to us. You invited us in, you fed us, and you gave us goodness. And that's really what Indigenous people do for one another. So, you know, no matter what happens in this community, know that healing is coming, because the people are starting to listen again. The people are hearing the Spirit again talk about what needs to happen in the community. And you know, where we're from, a lot of our elders, you know, they got assimilated in the early 60s with the Relocation Act, which means they were moved off of our reservations and immersed into the inner cities. And so when they came back, they were, you know, a little bit different, and some of the older men got together and decided that this was important. And so here we are today. So, you know, today we're blessed, and we're thankful for each and every one of you. This next dance that we're going to do is a dance. It's a song that was given to us for the women to give thanks to the women for your power, for your strength, for your goodness, for your nurturing spirit. And in some of our communities over back home, the women are the backbone of our communities. They're the thread that holds everything together. And so we honor that. You're the only being on earth that could bring forth life into this world. And so we celebrate that. We celebrate that goodness inside of you. We celebrate that power inside of you. Oh. Oh. So we're going to do one more, and then we're going to send the dancers home. Oh.
I just, you know how you feel something in your heart? You say, you better say something. And then you go, no, I'm not going to say nothing. And then the Spirit just keeps telling you, you better say something. So this is a very spiritual dance, like Brother said. It's a very spiritual dance. When we put on these feathers, there's rules for this dance, for these dancers, for our way of life. There's rules to it. But it's also considered one of our fun dances. And so when we get up and we joke around a little bit, it's because it's a fun dance. It's to bring out good things. You know, we travel around and we see others dancing and we laugh and we have a good time. We have meals, we share a meal together, we laugh, we make them feel good when they come and visit us. And it's just a fun dance. And I just needed to say that because, you know, sometimes we get, because of other dances, we don't want to participate, or we don't want to say, oh, or we don't want to do this, the kind of, because it looks very, very serious. And it is, but it's also fun. Like Brother said, I think Brother said crying and laughing are healing. And so that's what we do, is we come together and we heal, but we also have a good time. Oh. So get up and dance. Back there, a door prize. Grab a dress. Let's go.
So this is going to be the last song, and this song is actually the song that takes the dancers home physically, but the real purpose is for the Spirit to know that it's time for them to go back to the place that it came from. And so this song actually sends that spirit back. And so today we're thankful for every single thing that, you know, the Creator does for us. You know, sometimes in life, you know, we take a whole bunch of things for granted. Sometimes we take our time for granted. We take, you know, we live in a different world sometimes, and you know, over there where we come, it's just fast paced. It's like ants running around, and everybody's everywhere, and it's just, you know, nobody has time for anything. But, you know, the most precious thing that you can do is give somebody your time. And so today we're thankful for your time. We're thankful for you sharing this moment with us, being here and present. We ask that the Creator continue to bless this village, continue to bless the people of this land, that the land always be prosperous, that it always provide for the people, that the spirits of this land begin to start the healing process for the people. And that was something over in our area, you know, when the gold rush came in, it really destroyed our people, it destroyed our language. They took our land, they took our foods, they took all kind of different things, dismantled our communities. But the one thing they couldn't take from us was our spirit, the spirit of who we are as indigenous people, They couldn't beat that out of us. They couldn't take it out of us. They couldn't wash it out with soap. They couldn't do any of that. And we're still here, 2024, standing as indigenous people through all out the world. We're still here. And we're here because we're blessed by the Creator. We're blessed by the Spirit. We're blessed by the elders who sacrificed all of what they went through so that we can be here. Like the stories that were told this afternoon about the boarding schools. They suffered so that we could have a better life. So remember that. Remember to speak up. Remember to say what's on your mind. Remember, that's why we wear our hair long, because there was a time when we weren't able to wear our hair long. And so now we wear our hair long to represent all of the generations and generations before us that couldn't wear their hair long. And that's the representation of our hair being long, because traditionally that's how it was worn. And so, you know, you think of all of the kids who couldn't wear that hair. That's why we do it in our communities. This right here is to us, tells us that we're alive and well today. This right here tells us that nobody will ever cut my hair again. This tells me that nobody will ever come into our community and dismantle it. This tells me right here that we will always be here as indigenous people. So thank you.
Hey!
We have a few more dancers coming out. If you want to walk around for a second, they'll be here shortly.
Hello. We are gonna do a Polynesian dance, and it's one of the best slap dance. It's called slap dance. It's called Whakapaki, and it's a Samoan dance, and it's almost like a Hawaiian dance too. And my name is Tim Lavelle. I'm born in American Samoa, and my dad's born in American Samoa too. My mom's born in Hawaii, and I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity we can perform. And these lovely gentlemen over here, they try their best. Not 100%, but they did their best because they're not Samoan or Hawaiian. It's their first time ever, and we did our best. So, and the song we're gonna play is about beautiful Samoan, beautiful breeze coming from the west side of the mountain of Samoa. So that was the song about, and we're gonna perform with that song. And I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you.
We have some gloves up here for anybody who wants to yuhak with us. You can also use Kleenex. I often use Kleenex. But to cover your hands is done to protect your soul and your spirit from being pulled from you while you're dancing. Is that, yeah, okay. There's probably more I could say, but we have gloves up here if anybody knows the song and they want to jump up, or you can grab a Kleenex from your table.
Hello, hello, there we go. Are we all there? Are you guys ready? You guys gonna circle it up, or women in the back, men in the front? All right. Okay, I'm gonna sing the Raven song. All right. Akayu nagalich chula qimla quchi. Akayu nagalich chula qimla quchi delachi. Akaka okomoko umpiche qaqipyo hainaq deqa chinkut. Akayu nagalach chule qimla quchi. Akayu nagalach chule qimla quchi delachi. Akaka okomoko umpiche qaqipyo hainaq deqa chinkut. Bamyo! Bamyo! Akayu nagalach chule qimla quchi. Akayu nagalach chule qimla quchi delachi. Akaka okomoko umpiche qaqipyo hainaq deqa chinkut. Where's my phone? I can pull it up.
Yeah. Darwana work on that song. Yep, sir. Yeah, I lost my Okay, for our last song, can we have all the previous dance groups come and join us for our invitational and our guests and anybody else who wants to join us? And I'm not asking, I'm telling. Can we have our Polynesian dancers, the Samoan dancers, come join us as well? Come on, guys, waiting on you guys. All of you. Okay, guys, we're gonna air guitar it out. There's gloves right here if you need them. Yeah, if you don't have any gloves or anything to hold in your hands, right here are some gloves. Glove up. So just follow in front of you. Remember, the first thing is you're stumping your foot. Next thing after that is you bounce. And then after that, your hips. And after that, your air guitar. And after that, your neck like a crane. You guys better look like cranes or I'll keep singing till you do. Keep singing till we all have cranes out there. Make sure no hunter shoot you. Cranes are yummy. Come on, you guys, scoot in, make it. There's lots of room. Get behind them. Get in there. Oh, look, we got a couple more of our guests. You guys have to join us. Love and Oni, let's go. Waiting on you two. You guys ready? Oh, wait, we're not ready. Come on. We're waiting on you two.
Come on, Love. Oni.
Love, Oni. We're waiting on you. Everybody look at Love and Oni. They're over here to your left. Love and Oni, you guys got to join us. Okay, hachuga nika nika. Here we go, guys. Make sure you guys stomp your feet. It's just follow them. It's just you'll follow them. Ready? First one, stomp your feet. Hachuga nika nika. Hachuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Now your knees. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Your hips. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Get out your air guitars. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Your necks. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. You guys got it? Okay, here we go. You guys in the back, I didn't see your hips moving. I didn't see your air guitar. Here we go. Remember, stomp first, and after that, bounce second, and after that, hip side to side like your crush is watching. And after that, you bust out your air guitar and you show your really cool skills on the air guitar. And after that, you move your head and neck like a crane. And remember, you guys got to do it all together, stomp, like once we keep going. Okay, here we go. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Hips. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Air guitar. Crane. If you look like you're crazy, you're doing a good job. Okay, Bambio! Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka amusu ayaksenip. Achuga nika nika. Achuga nika nika. Iraskita makmaka and your hips. Kanika. Oh. I didn't say stop moving your hips. Ilas kita makmakagan sa kayak sanik. Atsuganik, kanika, atsuganik. Ilas kita makmakagan sa kayak sanik. Let's give him a round of applause. You guys did a great job. Thank you for joining us. Kuyana. Kuyana Chaknak, everybody. Thanks, guys. Kuyana. Thank you a lot. Thanks for dancing, guys.
Are there any other guests who want to share something with us tonight? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna sit. Does anybody else have anything that they want to share tonight? Huh? Of who? That's okay. Huh?
Just a reminder, tomorrow we will have a potluck at 1. 1, right? So if you're able to bring a dish, please bring a dish. And also if you would like to still add on to the hoop over here, there's the hoop. You can add feathers or whatever you like to on it in memory of a loved one. Or if you'd like to just add on to it, and we'll dance with it tomorrow, the hoop. Kuyana Tamakpachi, or Kuyana Dailuchi Tamakpachi, thank you all for coming. We are very happy to share our songs and also have our guests here share their songs and dances with us. It was a very good evening, dancing, laughing, and just bringing our people and our ancestors here together. Kuyana Chaknak Tamakpachi. We'll all see you guys tomorrow. Also, if you got trash on your table, please help us out and throw the trash. Kuyana.